off-track betting parlors is authorized by Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. Starter ready. They're off for the first. Barbecue left at the back early as the field run away now toward the final 6 furlongs. One Yanza Lynx in the red on the outside, another quality. They share that lead on Bob Heads. El Capitan moving right in between them. Mr. Carter races on the outside, 3.5 lengths off that lead. London Spirit a further length behind the front group running on the rail. Red 32 right alongside for company. A Barbecue is second from the back and Gulfstream Cat trails the field, but they're compacted as they race away now toward the final half of a mile. About to leave the backstretch, and out in front another quality has now gone on and quickly slips away by 2 lengths. El Capitan chasing with one Yanza Lynx. On the outside, Mr. Carter begins to make a big move. London Spirit is racing with Red 32, Gulfstream Cat racing out 3 wide, and a Barbecue at the back of the field. They've left the 3/8 are coming toward the final 5/16, and another quality is asked to stretch away from them. One Yanza Lynx in the red, the closest pursuer. A London Spirit now shaken up and running in between the horses. El Capitan in the blue racing out wide, but it's another quality. And the champion jockey, Radish Roman, that's the one they have to catch. As they approach the final furlong, another quality drifting off a true line. Here is a London Spirit and one Yanza Lynx now coming with their late kicks. And now London Spirit picks up the lead. One Yanza Lynx racing back against the rail, continuing to race out wide. That's another quality, but it's London Spirit and Robert Halladine. They ramped the first by 4 or more. One Yanza Lynx is second, another quality is third. Red 32 is fourth, possibly fifth on the rail. Barbecue running on late. Mic check 1, mic check 2. They're off for the second. Successful Man comes off a beat slow. Amazing Force also needs to pick up as they go racing toward the 6. Rockhold on the outside, just the leader, a half a length in front of Solace. Pappy Don is joining them. They form almost a line of 3. 2.5 lengths back to Amazing Force now making progress. The Soul Warrior racing second from the back, and Successful Man after the slow start remains firmly planted at the back. They've left the 5. It is Rockola out in front under the apprentice Dane Mackenzie, being tested now by Pappy Don with Shaheem Gordon as they're arriving at the final half of a mile, and these two open up over Amazing Force, left 3 lengths back and running in third. Solace is now further 3 lengths and running in fourth. The Soul Warrior race is back in fifth. Successful Man yet to recover after an unsuccessful start. They go blasting past the 3. Pappy Don on the rail, Rockola right alongside. These two making eye contact. Here is Amazing Force now shaken up and beginning to cut into that lead. Solace and the Soul Warrior race next, and now Successful Man begins to make very late progress. Rockola kept to the outside. Pappy Don on the rail. Just in between horses, finding racing room. That is Amazing Force and Ian Dolly Baby Spence. They arrive at the furlong pole. Amazing Force maybe going just the better. Rockola on the outside continues to fight on. Pappy Don is on the rail. Successful Man coming with a late rush, but it is Amazing Force and Ian Spence poaching a 3-length lead or more. They win it tight. Rockola maybe just over Successful Man. Pappy Don is back in fourth. Now they're off. Curlin's Flight gets a good start, so to the favorite, A Rum With Me. K-Boy racing just in behind the front rank in the blue silks as they sort themselves out and make their way coming up toward us. Air of Fire is also close to those fractions. Dodge the Slink just in behind them, but they charge away now toward the final quarter. Curlin's Flight and Rum With Me, that's where the main action is. Air of Fire and the yellow cap racing toward the center. Way over on the far side, that's K-Boy. Dodge This Link in the blue sleeves is racing toward the near side, but Rum With Me has already taken charge up front. Rum With Me under a vigorous ride. Curlin's Flight is put to the stick under the stands, but still needs to find a lot to get to this leader as they run away now toward the final furlong. It is a Rum With Me in charge under Babito Harvey. Rum With Me looking for a third straight win, and there's nothing that's going to stop him from having it. Rum With Me comes away romping the third event by maybe 6 or more over Curlin's Flight second. Dodge This Link is third. Air of Fire is fourth. Five furlongs straight. They're off. Posing already. Angles right to this stand fence. Design Diva is ridden to stay close. The Hot Dancer racing just in behind them. Talona has stacked right across, and Talona may just have the overall advantage as they've covered the first 2 furlongs. Talona near the stand fence, right against it. That's posing already. That's where the main action is at the moment. On the far side, Dream to Reality in the white silks. The Hot Dancer is in the pink sleeves with the white cap. On Captured Empress pulling right alongside. But Talona against the stand fence has the overall advantage. Posing already, getting cracks of the stick and asked to get to that leader. Dream to Reality waver on the far side. Design Diva now asked to get going by the rider and begins to make progress. But it is Talona. Here is Design Diva kicking in with Uncaptured Empress and Dream to Reality. Dream to Reality on the far side. In between horses, Uncaptured Empress. Design Diva in behind them. Uncaptured Empress gets there ahead of Dream to Reality. Then Design Diva. Lucy in the Sky. Talona backing out is fifth. Leading line for the fifth. We're at the halfway stage and they're sent off quickly. They make their way racing up toward us. A Blinding Light in the yellow silks races in the center. Bossy Girl beginning to tack across. Planner is left behind the front rank over toward the far side. Warrior Stomp is racing near to us with Oh My Gosh in the red cap as they make their way now toward the final quarter. Oh My Gosh may just have that lead. Warrior Stomp in a handy position right against the stand fence. On the far side, God of Thunder now asked to quicken up and beginning to do so. Blinding Light almost right alongside as they make their way over toward the far side, that pair. Oh My Gosh now beginning to drift toward the center, but holding on to the advantage. Blinding Light and God of Thunder now asked to close the gap, but it's Oh My Gosh flashing past the furlong pole with that lead. God of Thunder needs to find 3, maybe more. Blinding Light is further back and holding on for third, but it's Oh My Gosh and the apprentice Demar Williams running away from them in the end to win by maybe 3.5 or 4 over God of Thunder. Then Blinding Light, Planner, D-Bay Machine is back in fifth. Now they're out. Blue Persuasion, Midnight Storm is it. They come out at the back and begin to make some catching up as they sort themselves out up front. A body move goes on to get that lead. Chesney is in close pursuit as they charge away and leave the 6. Secret Mission is racing toward the outside of runners. Don't Tell Lulu is there, in between horses hidden from view. Sprague making a big move against the rail. Golden Lawyer races up next, possibly 5 off that lead as they've left the 5. Midnight Storm and Bubbling Brown Sugar come next. Blue Persuasion on the outside of the trailing Town Star. A half a mile to run. Out in front and holding on to that lead, that's Sprague. Body Move racing there in second. Just a half a length separates them. Chesney breathing down their necks. Golden Lawyer now asked to go. Don't Tell Lulu is in between horses and asked to pick up as they charge away now toward the final 5:16. Secret Mission has made some ground. Town Star also on the go. Bubbling Brown Sugar and Midnight Storm. And Blue Persuasion, the slow starter, remains at the back as the field have turned for home. Sprague, they've got to catch Sprague, holding on to that advantage. Golden Lawyer now coming with a charge toward the outside. Watch Chesney now in full flight, but it is Sprague against the rail, responding to the left-hand stick. Golden Lawyer trying to close up toward the outside of horses. That is Chesney, but they drive inside. The final 16th, it is Sprague being driven to the max, holding onto that lead under Shaheem Gordon. Sprague driving to the line. Sprague gets there over Chesney, then Golden Lawyer, Bubbling Brown Sugar close between Don't Tell Lulu and Town Star flashing by together. They're off. First start, Brahma Bull gets a good one. Star Quest close up. Cutout runs the rail. That one has speed. Joyful Surprise is in between horses, locked down toward the back. Now last, overtaken by Pretty Brown Ting on the move. Down the far side they go. They race toward the 6, and Brahma Bull sets the fractions by a length and a nose-tickling tail. Cutout chasing in second. They leave the 6. Star Quest is on the outside of Joyful Surprise. A gap back to Pretty Brown Ting, and locked down a long way behind them, last of the 6. 5/8 of a mile to run, and Brahma Bull continues to lead up by just over a length. Cutout right there in the slipstream. Star Quest moving on the outside of Joyful Surprise. Pretty Brown Ting now begins to make some ground. Forget lockdown at the moment, needing help. The half mile left behind them. They're about to arrive at the 7/16th, and Brahma Bull continues to lead by a length and a tail. Cutout continues the chase from second. Joyful Surprise is 2 lengths back, almost joined by Star Quest. Pretty Brown Ting now goes a-hunting. Lockdown is left at the back of the field as they come swinging past the 5/16th, about to come into the lane. Brahma Bull attempting to go all the way, but now being driven out. Cutout in behind him, switch toward the rail. Here is Pretty Brown Ting kicking in on the outside. Brahma Bull looks to be giving way. Pretty Brown Ting now snatches the lead. Here on the rail, coming from nowhere, that is a lockdown under the left-hand stick. They drive inside the furlong. It is Pretty Brown Ting, a lockdown, and Brahma Bull rubbing shoulders inside the final 16th. Pretty Brown Ting with that lead. Lockdown trying to gather in the leader, but Pretty Brown Ting too tough. They can't stop Pretty Brown Ting, winning by almost 2. Lockdown is second. Brahma Bull is third. Joyful Surprise is fourth. They're off. Kelroy comes out awkwardly, left at the back. Bosie gets a good start. Battle Angel, Hail the Queen rushing up on the outside with My Sunshine in the yellow. And Hail the Queen goes on to get that lead by just over a length and a half. My Sunshine in the yellow silks chasing as they arrive at the half mile. Battle Angel overtaken by Bushfire. Battle Angel now in fourth, 4.5 off that lead. Princess Catalea on the rail. Bosie in between horses, and Gelroy now gets going late. Arrive at the 3 and run toward the 5/16th. Hail the Queen, a narrow leader. My Sunshine attacking all the time. Bushfire is just 3 lengths in behind them. Gelroy has made progress. Battle Angel is left down against the rail, but they're into the top of the lane, and it is Hail the Queen from My Sunshine. Bushfire now asked to close up on the rail. Gelroy running on the spot at the moment, and still Hail the Queen holds the advantage. My Sunshine now beginning to close with a flourish down against the rail, but it is Hail the Queen holding on to the lead inside the final 16th. Hail the Queen under the pump from Christopher Mamdine. They're not going to catch Hail the Queen. He's down in the end to win by maybe 3 over My Sunshine. Princess Catalina third. Gelroy is fourth. Furlong straight ahead of them. They're off. Money Market breaks coming toward us. Mac and Rome is also running toward this near side. Mighty Gully in the red cap racing up in the center of things. Zulu Warrior is showing good early pace as they've covered the first furlong and make their way toward the top of the chute. Mac and Rome, Mighty Gully in between horses. Zulu Warrior there toward the middle of the track. Over Revolution is racing near the stands. Just in behind him, that's a Money Market. Blue Vinyl has to do a lot more running along with Atlantic Convoy. Mighty Gully toward the center of the course, possibly just the overall leader as they make their way toward the final furlong. It is Mighty Gully cutting out the fractions. Zulu Warrior just toward his inside. Mac and Rome racing in behind them. Money Market is under the stand fence, and Over Revolution asked to close up Mighty Gully. Watch Money Market closing with a flourish under the stand fence, and Money Market goes on to win it. Could be Mighty Gully second, just over Revolution. Then Zulu Warrior back in fourth. They're off. Taurus Boy is a scratch. Sunity and Chippy came off slow along with Wizkid in the early exchanges. They dash down the backstretch and make their way toward the 6. And the Whiskey has that lead. Ability on the outside. Rani Bangala and Milos in a tight pack. Antarctica joins them. These in a very tight bunch, separated by maybe a length and a half. Wayne's Princess is 3 lengths in behind them. James further back. There goes the head Cornerstone making ground as they leave the 5. 3.5 lengths back to Bella Bella and a Wizkid. Sunity and Chippy race next, further and beyond toward the back of the field, and seems to be last. They drive past the half-mile up front and make their way now toward the top of the lane, and Rani Bangala and a Whiskey Antarctica is right there too. Ability is impossible to see on the outside. In behind them, that's Milos and the head Cornerstone. They leave the 3. Whiskey is asked to make ground. James doing so with Wayne's Princess. Bella Bella is there. Sunny T and Chippy, and forget the trailer further and beyond as they come dashing into the top of the lane. Rani Bangala and a Whiskey mixing it up. It's Rani Bangala just. Whiskey is right there. The head Cornerstone now Satellite and asked to close up. Jameson Ability race out wide of horses. Whiskey begins to make ground on the rail, but Whiskey may just have the lead. Rani Bangala continues the fight. Rani Bangala goes on once again. Here now is Whiskey flashing home against the rail. It is Rani Bangala. Whiskey gobbling him up, and Whiskey goes on to beat Rani Bangala, Sunny T and Chippy James. Whiskey is back in 5th. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans. As Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and the off-track betting parlors. Up to this point, we have no non-runners to announce. In the first event, we offer high five wagering, and there's a carryover in the high five in excess of $376,000. Mandatory payout in the Reggae 6 single winner bonus, becoming a carryover a whopping 20 million plus. Race 2, that's where the catch 9 begins, a single winner bonus in excess of $945,000. Quick 4 begins race 3, single winner bonus in excess of $666,000. Play spot 8 starts anew. Number 5, Danka, the allotted weight. The correct allotted weight should read 53 kilos. In the third event, number 5, Danka, the correct allotted weight, 53 kilos. A race 4, high five wagering at the start of the early 5-star with a single winner bonus in excess of $350,000. Race 5, that's where we have high five wagering at the start of the Twilight 6 with a carryover in excess of $4.198 million. So a lot of money up for grabs today. Race 6, high five wagering at the start of the late 5-star. Race 7, the strike 4 starts anew. Race 8, that's where the late triple begins. Race 9 offers high five wagering. So too, race 10, which is the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Myself and Kevin will be back with you when the racing begins. It's now time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane. He will try, as usual, to assist you with your selections, hence allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Over to Michael when ready.
Have a good day to you, Thorby Racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, where the Caribbean's finest thoroughbred and home of the Mute Mile. It's Ash Wednesday Racing, and here in Jamaica we have thoroughbred racing on most of our public holidays, so it's just got to be one of those other big days for us here in Jamaica, and it's Ash Wednesday, and we have 10 races in store for you today. The feature is going to be the Ash Wednesday Trophy. That's race number 10. $1.25 million in purse money there. It's an open $1,000 contest, so 3 and up. And we have a field of 14 declared to go posters there. And that's going to bring the curtains down on the card, the Ash Wednesday Trophy. The Fire Horse Stakes will be race number 5. And that's the start of the Twilight 6. Minimum guarantee payout there, $3 million. And we have a jackpot carryover, rather, of just under $4.2 million. So that indeed is going to be a must-bet item as well. And the big day is here again. It's mandatory payout in the Reggae 6. Over $20.7 million is in the jackpot, converted to a carryover, so that's going to be the big ticket item on the card. And I tell you, this Reggae 6, whenever it's mandatory period, it's indeed mandatory mania, and you see persons coming from every walks of Jamaica to get a piece of this Reggae 6. Got a call this morning from someone that I haven't heard from for a long while, and he was so hyped up about the Reggae 6 mandatory payout, and indeed, it's that type of vibe on mandatory period day, whenever it is indeed Reggae 6 mandatory period. No other exotic wager carries the following or the hype that the Reggae 6 mandatory does. We are 43 minutes to go to post for the opening contest, and it's bright and sunny. Perfect conditions here, picture perfect conditions for thoroughbred racing at Caymanas Park, and indeed we look forward to some exciting finishes throughout the day. The first event is just about 43 minutes away, and already 5.7 million wagered in the Reggae 6 pool. And we have a field of 10. They go 1,100 meters of 5.5 furlong. This is a restricted allowance for native bred 5 years and up, non-winners of 3, and importees 5 years and up, non-winners of 2. The purse here, 750,000. Early wagering shows the favorite at 8 to make that number 8 at 45, and that's Silent American. We welcome back Anthony Thomas, more popularly known as St. Mary, and also known as Awesome Anthony. Welcoming back here to Caymanas Park. He's fresh from his stint over there at Gulfstream Park, and indeed Awesome Anthony has a huge following here at Caymanas Park. So his horse is at 45 in the early wagering. As you can see, they are drifting out to 5-1 for the second choice. At 5-1, that's Radam. Then you get 6-1 for number 6, Chief Dissident, followed by 7-1 for number 1, Crypto Girl, 8-1 for number 3, Cleopatra Queen, 8-1 for number 4, and that's Linstead Market, 9-1 for number 9, Solace, and then you drift out to 10-1 for number 5, Bobby Too Bad. Wow, that's a big price for Bobby Too Bad. 11-1 for number 10, Briscoe. So the betting is spread right across the board. There's only one horse that's really out there, and that's number 2 at 17-1. That's Adira. So every horse in this event has been given some consideration, with the early favoritism going to number 8, Silent American. My idea of the best 4 includes 1, Crypto Girl, 5, Bobby Too Bad, 7, Radam, and 8, Silent American. 1, 5, 7, and 8. That's where I'm going in the opening contest. Bobby Too Bad, number 5, Robert Haldane riding, 4 trainer Robert Friend. So Robert teams up with Robert here. And last race day, Robert Haldane book-ended the card. He won race number 1 with London Spirit, and he won race number 10. The last race with another number 1 horse, that was WizKid at 67-1. So started off with a 3-5 favorite in race number 1, and ended with a 67-1 ranked outsider in race number 10, and that was WizKid. So Robert Haldane, he's on big form right now, and he's looking to continue that form, of course, to kick off the Ashwin's card with Bobby Too Bad. Bobby Too Bad now at odds of 10-1. I suspect that getting closer to post time, the betting will more settle in, and we'll see a lot more support coming for Bobby Too Bad, as well as several of the other runners here. But the early wagering, the early bird wagering goes to horse number 8, and that's Silent American. Crypto Girl number 1, Tevin Foster rides for Byron Davis, and this one threw a clinker last time out in 10 by 49 lengths, going 6 furlongs in a slow 117 flat. That race was won by Blood Moon at 43-1, getting the better of Bobby Too Bad, and Chief Dissident was third. Prior to that, though, was second by just a half a length, going 5 furlongs straight. Behind Dream to Reality, that was in 101 flat. So this Crypto Girl, one of her last 4 races was very good. The other 3 were very poor. So hopefully she can put together one of her better efforts here. And if she does, she should be able to acquit herself well and fight out the finish. Number 8, Silent American. This is the overwhelming favorite early in the wagering. She's an American. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Air Force Blue out of the First Samurai Dam, Silent Running. Branding USA by 5 Sons Racing LLC. Owned Black Brothers trained Stephen Todd, Anthony Thomas. He's in the saddle. And Silent American was a winner second time of asking, went off at 1-2, won by length and 3/4, going 4 furlongs straight, beating Rapida and Shadow of a Doubt. Not much to write home about any at all, stepping up in class. Now, this Silent American was racing for the first time in her career on the 17th of January, and she went off at 25-1, which she shakes, didn't do much, but wasn't too far behind, 7 by 4 3/4 lengths behind Prince Kazir, Nebuchadnezzar, and Bangarang. Now has Lasix administered for the first time, comes around the bend as well for the first time, went 5 straight and 4 straight in her 2 outings, now comes 5.5 furlongs. So Silent American has a lot of scope to improve, having only raced twice, so that's going to be some room for her to improve, but she's going to have to improve leaps and bounds in order to be able to get the better of the seasoned non-winners of 3 horses. These are non-winners of 3 native-bred horses. Number 7 is Radam. Champion jockey Radish Roman rides to Anthony Nudez and Yardie Stables, has been quite consistent at this level, though not winning since being disqualified. He was a disqualified winner on his first attempt at non-winners of 3. Won at 26-1 on the 6th of August, beating First Offense and Hail the Queen. We saw Hail the Queen win last race day, so this Radam clearly has got the pace of this level. Subsequent to that disqualified effort, he was 3rd next in town by 2 lengths, going 5 furlongs straight at that same Dream to Reality Crypto Girl event. Came back, finished 5th, then 4th, then 3rd. Last time out 5th by 2 lengths, going 4 furlongs straight to Lucy on the Go in 46-3. So this Radam has the capabilities of getting the job done. And I would be the least surprised if Radam were to come out on top here. He's now at odds of 5-1. My best 4 numbers 1, 5, 7, and 8. And my order of preference is 5, 1, 8, and 7. And that's Bobby Too Bad over Crypto Girl, Silent American, and Radam. Reggae 6, mandatory payout. It's finally here. 20.7 million in the jackpot. Converted to a carryover. We're already at 6.3 million in new money wagered. So you know that this net pool is going to be quite sizable. Let's now take a look at my Ash Wednesday mandatory payout Reggae 6 ticket. Started off at race number 1 with the aforementioned quarter of interest of 1, 5, 7, and 8. Crypto Girl, Bobby Too Bad, Radam, Silent American, and I'm adding number 9, Solace as well. Solace currently at odds of 9 to 1. Sadiq Blake in the saddle there for Turner Barrington Bernard. So 1, 5, 7, 8, and 9. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a decent start to this Reggae 6. Race number 2, make it 2, 3, and 5. And that's Balmore, Margarita, and Miss Marbella. Race number 3, taking a chance and banking on number 1, Phenomenal Power. Delroy Bihari, riding for Anthony Nunes. Am I a brave punter or what? Well, this one looks quite imposing on paper. 2 wins from 2 starts, ultra impressive in victory on both occasions. So, Phenomenal Power is going to be the mandatory payout Reggae 6 banker. Race number 4, make it 1, 3, 6, and 9. Bangarang, Pretty Sassy, Bubbling Warrior, and Legal Fight. Race number 5, the penultimate leg of the mandatory payout Reggae 6. It's the Firehorse Stakes. Going wide on this leg, it looks that of an open contest. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, 14. General Chief, Money Must, Victoria's Medallion, Noble Monarch, Last Dance, Great Trick, and John P. And race number 6, the cash out leg of the mandatory payout Reggae 6. Here is where you want to get with 5 of 5. And you look at the net pool, and you look at the live ticket count, and you do your calculations and said, well, if all these live tickets stay after the run of this leg, I will get X, Y amount. And we're going to be closing off with 3, 7, and 13. Runaway Bay, Lauren's Secret, and Humility. 12,600. That's going to be my budget today, going after this mandatory payout Reggae 6, and that's my idea of a live Reggae 6 ticket. Best of luck on or Ash Wednesday, mandatory payout Reggae 6, 20.7 million plus in the jackpot, converted to a carryover. And of course, new money wagered will definitely see that net pool being quite sizable. Already, we're at 6.3 million wagered, so we look forward to a real big pool after wagering is complete. Best of luck. On to race number 2, which kicks off our kids' time, and we have a minimum guarantee payout of $500,000. Jackpot is over 945,000. The field of 6 will go 1,000 meters straight. Race number 2 is a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 4 years and up, non-winners of 2. Of the field of 6, it appears to be 2, 3, 5, and 6. That's going to be the top 4 here. Number 2 is Balmore. Number 3 is Margarita. Number 5, Miss Marbella. Number 6 is Brompton Boy. 2, 3, 5, and 6. Small field of 6. But it appears quite competitive on paper. Margarita number 3, Clive Lynch riding here for Trinidad Sabatian own Oak Ridge Farms. This one has been showing good speed. 1 by 7.5 lengths, going 5 rounded, 101 and 2/5 of a second, beating Bangarang and Family Feud. That was at non-reserve 2, stepped up to non-4, non-3, and was second by just 3/4 of a length behind Big Buzz, and then came back and was well bet at 45, but unable to justify the favoritism. 4 by 3 3/4 lengths, stablemate, Raz Treasure. And Miss Grover second. Miss Grover returned to win since Global Pursuit was third. Reverts to the straight, equally effective coming over the straight course, and I'm expecting this Margarita to be chanting a course up front, and she could be the one they'll all have to try and catch. Miss Marbella number 5, third by 3 3/4 lengths behind Miss Grove, going 6 4 113.4, and that was a fairly decent effort. Made mad headway inside the final furlong after racing from 4th at the half mile, 5th at the quarter pole, with over 4 lengths to find. And this one ran fairly well in deep stretch to secure 3rd prize. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount for Turner, Peter Dumbassard, and PJK team. Reverts to the straight. Her lone win came over 5 4 on straight. She stopped the clock in 101 flat, beating Brompton Boy and Rocket Fire Seb. Brompton Boy's president here, John Post 6, and Brompton Boy is one of 2 entries of the stables of Anthony Nunes. And indeed, I'm expecting Brompton Boy to be a prominent factor throughout as well. The other Anthony Nunes runner is Balmore. That's the one I prefer. This Balmore has champion jockey Radish Roman riding, and Balmore will report from the barn of Anthony Nunes for the first time. And the blinkers have now been taken off. Has worked well. 47-4 alongside Brompton Boy. They did that work on the 11th of February. Brompton Boy actually won that work. They didn't do in 47 and 3/5 of a second. So once you give Bow more chance, we should also have a look at Brompton Boy as well. It's a field of 6, and it looks quite likely to come right down to the wire. tactics employed by the riders are going to play a significant role in the outcome of this 5 furlong straight dash. I'm going 3, 5, 2, and 6 as my order of preference, and that's Margarita, just over Miss Marabella, then Balmore, and Brompton Boy. Catch 9 kicks off in the second. Here's a look at my Ash Wednesday Catch 9 ticket. Starting off in race number 2 with the top 3 of 2, 3, and 5. Balmore, Margarita, and Miss Marabella. Race number 3 maintaining that single of number 1 Phenomenal Power. Race number 4, make it 1, 3, 6, and 9. Bangarang, Pretty Sassy, Bubbling Warrior, and Legal Fight. Race number 5, the 5-horse stakes, make it 7, 8, 10, 14. Noble Monarch, Last Dance, Great Trick, and John P. Race number 6, make it 3 and 13. Runaway Bay versus Humility. Race number 7, banking number 4, Midnight Galaxy. Race number 8, make it 1, 5, and 6. Minnehaha, Hooray Henry, and the Maestro. Race number 9, the penultimate, taking a chance on single number 2, Summer Palace. And race number 10, our feature is today, the Ash Wednesday Trophy, make it 2, 4, 10. Don Quasi, Wall Street Trader, and Supremacy. 4,320 will get you my Ash Wednesday Catch 9 ticket. 3 bankers, converting that to a $5 per play pick 6, and that's always a good idea. Nice angle to take your Catch 10. At 3 additional races, have to narrow down the selections, but 3 bankers makes it that much more attainable. 9 of 9, no easy feat. Best of luck wagering or Catch 9 on the Ash Wednesday card. On to race number 3, which kicks off the quick 4 and play spot 8. Both of the minimum guarantee pair of $250,000. We have a field of 7, and they go 1,000 meters straight or 5 furlong straight. It's a restricted stakes event for imported thrills and up nuns of 3 and native bred thrills and 4 years nuns of 4. The purse 1.19 million. And the talk of the town is Phenomenal Power. How about this one? Won by 14 and a quarter lengths on debut, going 5.5 furlongs in 1:07 and a fifth of a second, beating Prodigious Power and Dillsbury. Prodigious Power came back and won. Next in town, beating none other than Sir Don, who was undefeated going into that race where Prodigious Power won. Next in town, Phenomenal Power on the 3rd of January, after that debut on the 13th of December. This one was a 7.5 length winner with Delaware Bahari aboard at 1 to 5, stopped the clock in 1:06.3, beating Miss Moneypenny and Amazing Force. Miss Moneypenny is here drawn post 3, so she's going to have a work cut out to try to turn the tables on this Phenomenal Power. And Phenomenal Power, once again, has Delaware Bahari riding 57 kilos the weight. And the one draw in a field of 7, given the talent that this one has shown thus far, should not deter him from getting the job done. So he's going to be the firm selection here. Phenomenal Power. Miss Moneypenny should chase home once again. Tevin Foster, he maintains the mount for trainer Jason Acosta. Second by 7.5 lengths in that 5.5 furlong contest, which was run in 1:06.3 by Phenomenal Power. So she is going to be the exact play here. For third, make it number 5, Danka. This one also can acquit herself well over the straight. She was a winner 2 starter back in 1:07.3, beating Ross Treasure at 5.5 furlong. Today, Saku picks up the mount once again. He's riding for the 5th consecutive occasion for Hall of Fame trader Richard Azan. Danka for the trifecta, and for the completion of the frame, number 4, Wayne Sarah Links, who has also shown good form over the straight course. But this Phenomenal Power, my banker for the Wednesday, that's the Ash Wednesday card. Indeed, we're looking forward to this third event in just a couple hours' time. On to race number 4. It's the start of the early 5-star. Minimum guarantee pay of $350,000. Make that $300,000. The jackpot is what's at $350,000. And we have a field of 11. They go 800 meters straight or 4 furlong straight. And this is a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years and up nuns of 2. And importees 4 years and up maidens. The purse here is $750,000. My best 4 includes 1, Bangarang, 3, Pretty Sassy, 6, Bubbling Warrior, and 9, Legal Fight. 1, 3, 6, and 9 appear to be the right numbers here for race number 4. Bubbling Warrior has shown some talent so far, as she has raced 5 times, 1 win, 3 seconds, and a third, so she has been in the top 3 on all 5 career starts. Runner-up on her 2 attempts at the nuns of 2 level. Second by length, a perfect affair, going 5 furlongs in the minute of the 5th of a second. That effort came on the 7th of September. On the 28th of September, second by 3/4 of a length to Brompton Boy, going 4 furlongs straight in 46.4. We'll see Brompton Boy in action in race number 2. So that Brompton Boy, based on that 46.4 win, he can definitely make a fight of the race today. Anthony Fraser, the apprentice, he's looking for his first career win, and he's appointed to ride here by trainer Christopher Pearson for owner Headback Racing. And this Bubbling Warrior, out of the Blue Pepsi Lodge Dam, Bubbling Angeline, bred in the purple. Bubbling Angeline was quite a useful filly in her days. Didn't have a lot of races, but she was so talented that this Bubbling Warrior has retained a lot of the talent that her dam has. Bubbling Warrior being cantered over the straight for this assignment. So no bullet works, no fast times at exercise, so she should have a lot in the tank for her return. Her return is, of course, since having not raced since the 28th of September. So, Bubbling Warrior, I'm tipping this one to come out on top and giving Anthony Fraser, the apprentice, his first career win. Number 3, Pretty Sassy. This one is trained by Robert Pearson, brother of Christopher Pearson. So the Pearson brothers are here. And I remember many years ago when I was a juvenile just coming to the track for the first time, one of the first trainers that I came in contact with was Tony Pearson, father of the Pearson brothers here, Robert Pearson and Christopher Pearson. I remember way back in the days, Tony Pearson, one of the first traders, the other trainer that I came in contact with first and foremost was a trainer named Wesley Perkins. And a couple of the horses that I can remember from those days were likes of Chris Todd. There was also another horse named Schoenbrunn that I was treated to coming up in close and in person to at the stables there. And indeed, those are memories that will go on forever and ever. So the Pearson brothers, they'll have runners here. And this Pretty Sassy showed some good form early in her career. She was a winner, releasing the maiden tag, going 5.5 furlongs in a fairly slow 1:10.3, beating Stamp Sharp and Sparkling Fire. Not much right about. And since stepping up to numbers of 2, she has been well beaten on all 5 attempts. But she has looked up the exercise for this 47.3 for 4 furlongs straight by 103 flat on the 11th of February. Tajay Sekou picks up the month for the 3rd consecutive occasion. And this Pretty Sassy can definitely rebound and fight out the finish here. So I'm keeping this one on the right side. Legal Fight has been going long. His last 2 races, 8 furlongs and 7 furlongs. 3rd by length and a quarter to Benison and Papi Uso at a mile in 1:43.3 after prompting an issue for most of the way. Actually pointed on the lead at the furlong pole, but just run out of it in deep stretch. Went 7 furlongs and was served by 4 1/4 lengths to cut out and Feeding Free. Feeding Free returned to win next in town, beating Summer Palace, and we see Summer Palace in action later on. Blinkers now fitted, distance reduced from 8 furlongs and 7 furlongs to 4 furlongs straight. Legal Fight's only win came at a short distance, and he'll definitely appreciate this 4 furlong straight dash. Siobhan Townsend rides. Blinkers now fitted by the Professor Patrick Lynch. Look for the Legal Fight to be giving them a strong fight all the way through this 800-meter sprint. Bangarang John Post 1. Anthony Thomas rides here for Trainer Peter de Bassard. Not the best place to be in a field of 11 coming from the 1 draw, but this Bangarang is quite capable. He won on debut on the 27th of April 2025, going 4 furlongs straight in 48.2, beating Alive, and that was a fairly decent effort first time around, trained by Lincoln Longs. Has had a change of barn in recent months. Run up to Margarita, going 5 round in 1 minute 1 and 2. Third by 2 1/4 lengths. Hindered, going 5 furlongs straight behind Ascend, was actually awarded 2nd place after Native Flyer was disqualified from 2nd, resulting as well. The interference was caused there by Native Flyer, and that resulted in the disqualification of Native Flyer from 2nd and placed third behind Bangarang. So Bangarang had a rough trip there. Last time out was John Post 2 at 5 furlongs straight and did run well, third by just 3/4 of a length. And he actually had the lead at the furlong pole by a length before being overall by Prince Kazir and Nebuchadnezzar in deep stretch. So the 1 draw, we should see this one finding a path to come across and make his presence really well felt with Anthony Thomas in the saddle. Competitive looking 4th event to kick off the early 5-star. I'm going 6-3-9-1 as my order of preference, and that's Bubbling Warrior to get a better Pretty Sassy, Bangarang, and Legal Fight. Race number 5 is next. It's the start of the Twilight 6, and we have a massive carryover, 4.198 million, round it off to 4.2 million, and the minimum guarantee paid is 3 million, and we have a sizable field of 14, actually a maximum field at the distance of 1,100 meters. That's 14 runners. It's for the optional claiming level, 350 down to 250,000. 6 years up nuns of 4 can run without a tag, and 5 years up nuns of 2 can also participate without a tag. The purse here is 700,000. My best 4 to kick off the carryover Twilight 6 on Ash Wednesday includes 7 Noble Monarch, 8 Last Dance, 10 Great Trick, and 14 John P. 7, 8, 10, 14. That should be where we get our winning numbers for the Fire Horse Stakes. Number 7, Noble Monarch, was sent off favorite last time out and running among restricted company nuns of 2. That was at the 5-year and up level and led for the first half mile in a 5.5 furlong contest. Weakened to finish 4 by 3 3/4 to Captain Fantastic, Golden Lawyer, and Bays Agree. We'll appreciate the shift from restricted company to claiming company because this one fits very well among 350 claimers. Races without a tag being eligible to do so, given that this one is a 5-year-old and up non-winner of 2. 6-time champion jockey Omar Walker maintains him out, and he should be that much more confident in this horse's chances based on the effort last time out. And the Noble Monarch, not the quickest of racers in comparison to some of the open claiming horses here, such as John P. But based on the speed that he showed last time out, he could very well be able to dispute the lead, and possibly he could be able to slip away from these. John P., one of the quick 350 claimers, he raced last time out at 6 furlongs on the 31st of January and prompted the issue for a long way. In the end, third by 4.5 lengths to Prince Marshall and Stormacom. Stormacom showed good enough speed to lead the field for a mere way there. John P. had 57 kilos. Today, he has 54.5 kilos, so he's coming down 2.5 kilos lighter. Roger Hewitt maintains the mount for Trader Morris Crooks. Though giant widest of all, I'm expecting this John P. to be able to tack across from the outside post, hopefully, not causing any interference. And he has the speed to do so, and he should be able to make the lead here. If he doesn't make the lead, it could be Noble Monarch that will lead early, but John P. should come across and be in tow right behind this Noble Monarch. So these are the two quickest horses on paper in this 5.5 furlong dash, and they could have the others in chase for a long way. Great Trick, this one appears the type that should be able to run on from just off the splits. Was second by 4 lengths last time out to the Ultra Fit and Game line of the Catty. That was going 7 furlongs with 1:31.4. Cuts back in distance by 4.5. Richie Shakes picks up the mount, replacing Tevin Foster, and he rides here for Omar Williams. And I'm expecting Great Trick to be in the thick of things to the very end. Last Dance, quite consistent. This mare, she's hardly ever off your exotics, such as your high five superfectas, even your trifectas. So this is going to be a must use for those exotics. Dane Dawkins, he's in tip-top shape, and he rides your trainer Michael Marlowe and owner breeder Luba Lipted. Look for Last Dance to be able to fill one of those spots on your exotics. Competitive looking, fifth event to kick off the Twilight 6. And as you can see, I went wide on my Reggae 6. And I'm going to go wide here on my Twilight 6 as well. This carryover of just about 4.2 million is definitely going to be worth our wager. My order of preference is 7, 14, 10, and 8. Noble Monarch over John P., then Great Trick, and Last Dance. Let's go take a look at my Ash Wednesday Twilight 6 ticket. Starting off in race number 5 with that wide array of selection. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, 14. And that's General Chief, Money Must. Yes, that is a must today. We have to win some money. Victoria's Medallion, my outsider. Hint, hint, hint. Noble Monarch, Last Dance, Great Trick, not going to be tricked today, and John P. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, and 14 for the Fire Horse Stakes. Race number 6, make it 3, 7, and 13. Runaway Bay, Lauren's Secret, and Humility. Race number 7, banking the down in class. Number 4, Midnight Galaxy. Race number 8, make it 1, 5, and 6. Minnehaha, Huey Henry, and the Maestro. Race number 9, the penultimate. Make it 1, 2, 8, 9, and 12. Cost of Living, Summer Palace, Native Flyer, She's My Dream, and Star Aurora. And race number 10, the Ash Wednesday Trophy or feature race today. We're going to close off the Twilight 6 with numbers 2, 4, and 10. Don Quincy, Wall Street Trader, and Supremacy. 9,450. Well calculated Twilight 6 ticket going after $4.2 million in carryover money. Plus, of course, new money wager. Looking forward to a sizable net pool for this Twilight 6 as well. So we have two massive pick sixes today. Of course, the Reggae 6, 20.7 million in jackpot money converted to a carryover. We're at 10.5 million now. 20 minutes ago to post. And the Twilight 6 with that $4.2 million carryover. We're going to have some hectic wagering there as well. So that's going to have a massive net pool as well. So two big Super 6 opportunities for you today. Make the best use of them on our Ash Wednesday card. On to race number 6, which is the catch-out leg of the mandatory period Reggae 6. And here's where we want to get with 5 from 5 with a couple outsiders coming in. And you see the live ticket count dwindling down to a small amount. And you look at your ticket and you say, yes, I am one of 10. And the net pool here is like 38 million. And you say, well, 38 million divided by 10, that's 3.8 million. And then you brace yourself for the cash-out leg and get your whips, goggles, British, everything out and start riding when you hear a voice say, they're off. Race 6 is a maiden condition race for 4 years and up, and they go 1,000 meters straight or 5 furlongs straight. The purse is 730,000. A field of 13. When I had a look at this field of 13, when you see a sizable field of maidens, you are tempted to look for outsiders. But when I was looking for the outsiders, looked at the form lines of most of the horses, And I really wasn't able to come up with a serious outsider. So I decided to go lightly on this, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6, and I ended up with 3, 7, and 13 as my best 3. And those horses are Runaway Bay, Lawrence Secret, and Humility. And I threw number 1, a Bay there. Of course, 5 furlongs straight, drawn post 1. I always tell you about that. When it's a big field, the horses drawn post 1, maybe half of their chances are compromised already. John post 1 in a big field over the straight, that's not the place where you want to be. But throw a Bay in there as my 4th choice. Runaway Bay, Bebita Harvey right to David Leeson, and this one, runner-up on his last 2 attempts coming over the straight course. On the 13th of December, going 5 furlongs straight, second by a length of 3/4 after leading for the first 4 furlongs, beat by Nebuchadnezzar. And in third was 5 lengths clear of Secret Sensation. Secret Sensation came back and won easily subsequent to that effort. Next time around, going 4 furlongs straight on the 20th of December, he came back a week later and wasn't as quick away from the starting gate, was slow to stride, but then made a bid for the lead, coming onto the track proper at the quarter pole and led by 2 1/4 lengths passing the furlong pole, but the one was run down by Feeling Free. And we have seen Feeling Free step up to win at nuns of 2 since, and that one beat Summer Palace in convincing fashion, so Feeling Free appears to be quite capable. So Runaway Bay's chances are quite enhanced by the fact that Feeling Free stepped up to win at nuns of 2. Next in town, Runaway Bay went 7 furlongs, led for 6 furlongs, then weakened to finish 5th by 6.5 lengths, and clearly didn't appreciate the added distance. Next time around, went 6.5 furlongs, led for the first half mile, before weakened to finish 5th again. So clearly, Runaway Bay has not shown an inclination to get distances in excess of 5 furlongs with any serious effect. So he's now back at 5 furlongs. Bebita Harvey picks up the mount for trainer David Leeson. Runaway Bay could very well run away from these, and this is my top selection. Humility number 13 makes her return, rather his return. He's a 4-year-old chestnut coat by Perfect Curling out of the Nuclear Wind Dam Nuclear Flight. Bred in the purple, bred by Michael Bernard, owned and trained Dalton Sergio. And the 6-time champion jockey Omar Walker picks up the mount. And this Humility was second by a short head behind Royal Maverick, going 6 furlongs in 1:17.3 on the 14th of September. And last time around, going 4 furlongs straight on the 27th of September, third by 3/4 of a length behind Giant Vigors. So has had a break since September, returns and is being gingerly prepared, trotting, hacking, cantering, no timed exercise gallop for Humility. So trainer Dalton Sergio taking his time to bring this one to a boil. With the wide draw and with the encouraging effort of the 14th of September, also the encouraging effort of the 27th of September, we could see Humility returning in winning fashion. Number 7, Lawrence Secret. This one has been showing marked improvement in recent outings. Third by 6 tenths, 3 starter back, going 4 furlongs straight behind Feeling Free and Runaway Bay. Was 3 3/4 lengths in arrears to Runaway Bay. Carried 50 kilos, while Runaway Bay had 54 kilos. Today, they're in a rematch, and Lawrence Secret is now up to 57 kilos, while Runaway Bay is at 56 kilos. So Runaway Bay has the advantage at the scale there. Next in town, going a mile, we saw Lawrence Secret chasing home Kuzmi, who won by 9 1/4 lengths. And on the 24th of January, Lawrence Secret made his seasonal debut, hiked at the scale to 57 kilos, but was still able to run on and finish third. Third by 5.5 lengths behind Jody's Fund and Baby Gray. Baby Gray has returned to win since. Reverts to the straight. Blinkers fitted by trainer Patrick Lynch. Ray Lewis picks up the mount, replacing Radish Roman. So blinkers on, figured off, and whenever you see trainer Patrick Lynch change equipment, you have to take another look. So Lawrence Secret, I'm expecting this one to be finishing well in deep stretch. Will he be able to catch up with Runaway Bay? That's left to be seen. Humility should also have first crack at the leader, Runaway Bay. At Bay, John Post 1, Andre Paul Wright and Lydia Anglin, more popularly known as Sharon. And this Bay has raced with Runaway Bay. And they met in a Joseph's Fun event, and Bay broke slow and showed a different dimension in running, coming from off the pace by 12 lengths, while Runaway Bay led and weakened to finish 5th by 13 lengths. I suspect that Runaway Bay will have the advantage over Bay here, but they could be in close proximity at some point in the contest. A competitive looking 6th event to cash out the mandatory payout Reggae 6, And to start, the late 5-star. I'm going 3, 13, 7, and 1 as my order of preference, and that's Runaway Bay to get the better of humility, Lauren's Secret, and a Bay. Race number 7 is next. Strike 4 starts here. Minimum guarantee period of $500,000. We have a field of 7. They go 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. It's for the optional claimers, 500,000 out of 400,000. Native bred 6-year-olds and up. Nuns of 4. They can run without a tag. The purse is 790,000. And we see the way down in class, Midnight Galaxy. Claim from Million on the 10th of January. Went second by 3.5 lengths behind Fly Blue Jet. Deemed lame in the process. And now is brought back for half the price. Trained Peter Dumbassard, own Narish Nagrani. Shane Dennis picks up the mount. The man with the BH on his chest, badge of honor for meritorious service in the horse racing industry. And this Midnight Galaxy, on the strength of his last 3 efforts, he was a winner at $1 million by 5.5 lengths with Shane Dennis aboard. Beating Here Comes Doc and Life is Life. Then came back and was a strong second to Easy Peasy, going 6.5 furlongs, also at the $1 million level. So any of the last 3 efforts we produce here, now among 500,000 claimers, we'll see Midnight Galaxy winning as far as it can throw a stone. So Midnight Galaxy, the firm selection here for race number 7. He looks somewhat of a gift. And remember, they say never look a gift horse in the mouth. So this appears to be one of those gift horses stepping down from $1 million, $500,000 being given away just like that. Is this for me and you to come and bank this one and smile all the way to the bank on our Twilight 6 with a carryover 4.2 million and all this money to be wagered on this carryover Twilight 6? Is this such a great gift? Well, could be, or it could not. Midnight Galaxy, my firm selection here in race number 7. High Diplomacy, fit as hands can make him, has been run up his last 3 races. Runner-up going 7 furlongs at the 500,000 level on the 6th of September. Runner-up going 6.5 furlongs at the 500,000 level behind Tigray Express on the 22nd of November. And on the 8th of February, runner-up again, stepping down to 350, beaten behind the down in class as well, Tiger Midat. So this High Diplomacy, if Midnight Galaxy decides that he's not going to turn up any at all today, he was deemed lame last time out, look for the ultra fit and consistent High Diplomacy to be the one to win. And I remember some time ago, there was a gift horse named Sir John that turned up after winning at $1 million without a tag, came back, could have been raced at $1 million again with the tag, but the connection sold that one privately. He came back, stepping down the claiming ladder maybe a week later, and he was nearer last than first. So that Sir John incident reminds me of this scenario here with Midnight Galaxy. So the next best horse in the race is High Diplomacy. He can't be faulted on the score of fitness. When you look at the other horses in the race, Sweet Victory is going to be way out the pace. Casual Peach runs on from off the pace as well. Solar Black is a trailer. Princess Talisi is also a trailer. So that race where Sir John had lost, it was a horse named Rusty who was quite fit and ready, and Rusty just went in front and made all and won by a wide margin. So High Diplomacy fits that situation here like a glove. So he's fit, he's ready, he has been knocking at the door second the last 3 outings, beaten by some decent horses. So if you see High Diplomacy, go in front and stay in front. Don't be surprised. He's my second choice. Of the others, it's a grab bag. You have Sweet Victory, John Post 2. You also have Ruby's Light, who has been thereabouts, John Post 7. But this race appears to be all about the down-in-class Midnight Galaxy and the fit High Diplomacy. I'm going 4, 3, 2, 1. Counting down in race 7, Midnight Galaxy over High Diplomacy, Sweet Victory, and Casual Peach. Race number 8 is next. We begin the late triple here. Minimum guarantee period for your Ash Wednesday late triple is 400,000. It's a maiden condition race on native bred 3 O's. The purse is $1,050,000. They go 1,000 meters round or 500 round. A field of 7. My best 4 includes 1, Minnehaha, 5, last, make that Hooray Henry, 6, the Maestro, and 7, a Wing and a Prayer, 1, 5, 6, and 7. Minnehaha, shaped out on debut, going 6.5 on John Post 1, and average thoroughbreds do not win at distances such as 6.5 furlongs on debut. But Minnehaha ran like an above average sort, was slow in the stride, John post one, but she coupled up nicely and went through the lead. Passed a half man in front by a half, and then came to the quarter pole second by a half. Disputed the lead. Was second by a length and a half at the third on pole. Then weakened to finish fourth by 5.5 lengths to serve to Senor Biscotti, London Spirit, and Red 32. Those are three colts, if my records are right. Senor Biscotti, London Spirit, and Red 32. London Spirit returned to win when next out. So Minnehaha now has second time lay 6. She has the experience under her belt. She's drawn post position 1 once again. She has a reduction in journey from 6.5 furlongs to 5 furlongs round. Tevin Foster maintains the mount for trainer Robert Pearson. Robert Pearson could be on a good day today. And this Minnehaha, once she can get away from the starting gate in better order than she did on debut, she should be able to lead easily. She has worked well since her debut efforts on the 11th of February, went 47 flat for 4 furlongs straight with Pretty Sassy in company. So from a level break, John post one, she should lead. She's getting a furlong and a half shorter to travel, and she should be able to show these the way home. We have 3 debutants. Hendricks, number 4, a 3-year-old bay coat by Frank Conversation out of the exchange rate dam Happy Face. So being out of an exchange rate dam, this one is bred for speed. Exchange rate was as fast as light. So this Happy Face would have retained some of the speed from her sire, and that's exchange rate. So this Hendricks, bred Edison Chai, owned Louis Chin and Michael Hugh, Gear Sabato the trainer, and a notable choice of rider, Rudolph Page, aka Yellow. Tongue tie, lay 6 for the debut, and this one has worked fairly well. Strode 3 furlongs in 40, strode 3 furlongs in 40 and 3/5, 3 furlongs in 38.2, and you know that Gear Sabato doesn't rev his horses at exercise. They come and they run race time. So the choice of rider here tells us that the connections are looking at price. That is how it goes. At Caymanas Park, when you see collections, top stables, high-powered stables, they have a newcomer, first-time starter, well-bred, and you know, you're not seeing any blazing exercise reports, but you see a choice of rider such as Rudolph Page, you know for sure that they're looking at price. So you have to be smart when you're wagering your money. So this type of horse, Hendricks, is one that you should keep on the right side. So for your exotics, have a look at this one. And one of the key indicators of the stable confidence is going to be the tote. That is the biggest toter at the park, the tote. So later on, when you look at the tote, if you see 50-1 or 60-1, you can say, well, maybe they're not serious yet, maybe, you know. But if you see 5-1 or 6-1, you can say, well, yes, they're serious. So watch out for the price. The early wagering for Hendricks later on, he could very well be a cut above these. Number 5, Hooray Henry, also makes his debut. He's a 3-year-old bay colt by Burn Identity, or the actually is Dam Princess Lizzie. Bred Karen Prasad, owned Karen Prasad, Thomas Pragdell, and Henry Pratt. Trained Peter the Bassard, Dane Dawkins picks up the mount. And this one will have tongue tie and laces for the debut. The groom is Kobe Anthony. Hooray Henry has shaped nice at exercise, 2 furlong 24.3, 3 furlong 36.4. No dazzling exercise workouts, but reportedly of good worth. And number 6, the other debutant is the Maestro. He's a 3-year-old bay colt by Burn Identity out of the Milwaukee Brew Dam Moonlight Brew. Bred Karen Prasad, owned E.S. Campbell, A.J. Kuzla, Tegan, Karen Prasad, trained Peter the Bassard, Ray Lewis picks at the mount. Kobe Anthony also the groom of this one. And the Maestro foaled on the 22nd of February. Hooray Henry foaled on the 3rd of May. So the Maestro should be more mature and advanced based on the full date. He was born in February, while Hooray Henry was born in May. And Hendricks, the other debutant, was born on the 24th of April. So the Maestro has gone 38.2 for 3 furlong alongside Blue Sensation, 36.4 for 3 furlong, 36.1, 49 and a fifth for half mile alongside Blue Sensation. So he's also expected to acquit himself fairly well. And number 7, A Wing and a Prayer, had her debut on the 2nd of August, 2025. So that was the first 2-year-old race of the season, and stumbled at the off, and it was 6 by 6 and 3/4 lengths to Salute the Dawn, Fidelity, and Maybell. May have had setbacks since, just returns to the races, has first time Lasix. O'Shea Nugent, more popular known as Johnny, picks up the mount for trader Gary Griffiths and owner Philip Azar. A wing of the prayer could very well show significant improvement since her debut August last year. Looks quite open. We have Minnehaha, who raced once, and we have 3 debutants. And of the ones we have seen, the others we have seen already, Prosperity Sen, Sensational Destiny, they haven't really shown enough to be seriously considered as yet. So, an open-looking contest. I'm taking number 1, Minnehaha, to make all and get the better of number 5, Hooray Henry. Then 6, the Maestro, and 7, a Wing of the Prayer. The 9th penultimate will begin the late double here, and we have a field of 13. They go 5.5 furlongs or 1,100 meters. It's a restricted allowance fine for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and importees 4 years and up, maidens, fillies, and mares only. The purse is 750,000. My best 4 includes 2, Summer Palace, 8, Native Flyer, 9, She's My Dream, and 12, Star Aurora. 2, 8, 9, and 12. Summer Palace, runner-up last time out behind Feeding Free. Runner-up 2 started behind Hazelnut. Hiked at the scale from 52.5 to 56 kilos. Has Tevin Foster in the saddle for Jason Acosta. Has speed. John Post 2 could make the lead here. But there are other speed horses that could be for the place as well. The likes of Family Feud. There's also She's My Dream. And Stablemate Star Aurora is also quite speedy. So Summer Palace, if she makes a lead and is able to relax, she's going to prove difficult to beat. But if she is hounded, she could come up short. Star Aurora will be right there in the slipstream. This one was a 9.5 late winner in November last year, beating Money Mission and Bad Bad Tanisha. Those 2 horses are still maidens, so not the greatest of recommendation for that win. Third by 9 is Leviticus and Dream Green's Corner when stepping up in class, and has been spared in the race, has auto raced 4 times, and was a late scratch deemed injured on the 6th of December. Returning off the break, working well, Robert Haldane rides for Jason Acosta, and this one worked 101.3 for 5 furlong straight alongside Miss Money Penny, who did 101 in the 5th, and that workout came on the 1st of January. So Star Aurora should be right there to pick up the slack if stablemate Summer Palace doesn't deliver. She's My Dream should be prominent as well. A close-up third to Roman Lady and True Blue last time out. Roman Lady, an importee who won in 1:16 flat for 6 furlongs. She's My Dream has a vertical and is replacing Christopher Mandine, riding for Trinity Ian Alexander. And Native Flyer with Anthony Thomas riding for Stephen Todd. He's here on a 2-day vacation. He'll be riding today, Ash Wednesday, and he'll be riding on Saturday, the 21st of February. So look for Native Flyer to be in striking distance where it matters most. Has been there about the last 5 races, a runner-up twice, third once, fourth once, fifth on the other occasion. So Native Flyer, another encouraging effort, should be forthcoming. Going here for 2, Summer Palace to get a better of 12, Star Aurora, then 9, She's My Dream, and 8, Native Flyer. The 10th and final is the feature, the Ash Wednesday Trophy. It's an overnight allowance contest of 3 years up. The purse is 1.25 million, and we have a field of 14 going a distance of 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. My best 4, my quartet of interest includes 2, Don Quasi, 4, Wall Street Trader, 5, Miniature Man, and 10, Supremacy, 2, 4, 5, and 10. That's where we're going. Wall Street Trader, he's down in class. Basically, he raced at the open allowance level on 8 of his last 10. Raced in the Miracle Man, raced in the Bruce on the Loose on Mute Malday, raced in the Hall of Fame Stakes, raced in the Gregory Hart Sprint, raced in the Eros Trophy. Third by 3/4 of length behind T-Stock and Digital One in the Eros Trophy June last year. In the Gregory Park Sprint, prompted the issue for a long way. 5th by a length and a quarter behind runaway winner Legacy Isle. Then came back and won the Hall of Fame Stakes by a half a length at 16-1, upsetting Legacy Isle and Park Place. Race behind Ride All Day, going 7.5 furlongs. Ride All Day won it 131-1, and this Wall Street Trader was prominent. Past half mile, 4 by 2.5, came to the quarter pole, 3rd by 4.5, 4 by 9 at furlong pole before weekend. Raced in the Bruce on a Low Sprint, and it was not totally disgraced, ridden by Javier Castellano. 8 by 10.25 lengths after being in mid-pack for most of the way. Offer Revolution was the winner. Money Market was second. Digital of Malibu was third. And he came back in the Miracle Man Cup over 7 furlongs, prompted the issue for a long way with 57 kilos. 3rd by 2.5 at the quarter pole, 4th by 3.25 at the furlong pole, 5th by 6.5 behind Grovano, Offer Revolution, and is that a fact? And last time out, got a crack at overnight, but ran into a buzzsaw in the form of Nautical Star, who was a 9-8 winner in 111.2. Chased the pace. 3rd by length at quarter at half mile, 3rd by 5.5 at the quarter pole, 3rd by 12 at the furlong pole that time around. Nautical Star had already flown the coupe. So 5th by 15.5 lengths, not all that a poor effort. The winner won by 9. Champion Bubble was second and he turned 4.5 lengths clear of the second runner-up, Mark My Identity. So the combination of the lengths between first, second, and third is 13.5 lengths. So Wall Street Trader was just 2 lengths behind the second runner-up. And that's always a good angle to take your horses when you're handicapping races where you had wide margin winners. So Wall Street Trader shapes up nicely among these. Don Crazy is on the upgrade, but he steps up in class from the restricted nuns of 4. He's taken on overnight allowance for the first time, while Wall Street Trader, who has won it overnight and raced well at open allowance, he's getting class relief. And he actually won at the open allowance level when he beat Legacy Isle and Park Place. So he is getting class relief here at Wall Street Trader, while Don Crazy is stepping up in class. Don Crazy has the weight in his favor, though. A lot of weight, 51.5. Demar Williams, he's a 2 kilo claimer, so he should be able to carry 49.5. And that will see him getting 7.5 kilos from Wall Street Trader. And that's what's going to make the race close. But on paper, the comparison between the horses that Wall Street Trader has been competing among with the horses that Don Crazy has been competing among, there's no way that Don Crazy can be given the edge here. But the scale is going to make it close. That's what the scale is supposed to do, to make the race close. Supremacy, also quite seasoned at the overnight allowance level in comparison to Don Crazy. And this Supremacy, 5th by 3.25 lengths behind Park Place, Off Revolution, and Digital One in the Island Kick Memorial on last. And 2 started back second by 2 lengths over the market, going 6.5 furlongs. That was also at the overnight level. And was 5th by 4.25 lengths in the Bruce Honolulu Sprint on Mute Mile Day after racing well behind for the early part of the contest. So this is going to be a spot that suits Supremacy to the T. There's also a Miniature Man, a former classic winner, and he's reporting for the 3rd occasion since having a break from 2023. Raced in November 2025, 8 by 10.5 lengths, going 5 straight and 58 3 behind Prince Amman, and ran big on the 13th of December, going 6 furlongs a trip, which could be a trifle short of his best, but he was prompted to issue 3rd by Nick at the furlong pole. That race won by Atlantic Convoy over Zulu Warrior. Abigail Abel maintains a mount for the 3rd consecutive occasion, riding for Jace DaCosta and Elizabeth DaCosta. 49 kilos should be the weight here. 52 kilos the allotted weight. 3 kilo claimers Abigail Abel. So 49 kilos for Miniature Man. We'll see him getting 8 kilos from Wall Street Trader. So Wall Street Trader is the one, but he'll have to do it from the head of the scales at 57 kilos, allowing lumps of weight to most of his rivals. I suspect that Wall Street Trader will be able to do it successfully. And as such, I've made him my top selection for the Ash Wednesday Trophy. So going for number 4, Wall Street Trader, to get the better of number 2, Don Crazy, then number 10, Supremacy, followed by number 5, Miniature Man, in a competitive-looking feature Ash Wednesday Trophy. That's the handicapping seminar for you today, and I sincerely hope that that analysis would have been a good guide for you when comprising your permutations. And at the end of today's wagering, that you will be a winner wagering Caymanas Park. We have 19 million wagered in the Reggae 6 and 19 million. Plus, of course, 20.7 million. You do the math, and we have more to come. So it's going to be a massive net pool for your mandatory period Reggae 6. Have a great day wagering Caymanas Park Racing.
Your attention, please. We have some changes for you. Everett Clune is not riding today. Everett Clune is down for the day. In today's first race, number 10, Briscoe, make the rider Anthony Fraser. Race 1, 10, Briscoe, Anthony Fraser rides. We have a scratch for you in race 6. Scratch number 4, Bad Bad Tanisha. Bad Bad Tanisha not eligible. Race 6, scratch 4, Bad Bad Tanisha not eligible. And in the 9th event, a rider change. And number 9, She Is My Dream, Richard Henry. Richard Henry replaces Everett Clunis, who is down for the day. Richard Henry rides Number 9, She Is My Dream.
So the Reggae 6 pool approaching 21 million. So we're almost at 21 million. That's close to the jackpot bonus carryover. It's a mandatory today. And we also have a high five carryover. Very nice one. High five carryover in the first. 376,000. We also got a carryover in the Twilight 6. So we have some massive carryovers today. Two pick sixes having carryovers. Reggae 6 being a mandatory payout. Reggae 6, a mandatory payout today. Jackpot bonus nearly carryover nearly 21 million. And we're closing in on $21 million. So it's going to be a big payout on this millionaire maker bet, the Reggae 6. So do not miss a chance to get a ticket. High five a carryover. Once again, high five carryover in excess 376,000 plus. Got a high five pool on its way to $500,000. So get your bets on here in the first, and the Reggae 6 now approaches $22 million in the pool. Fresh money coming in on the Reggae 6. This is new money, nearly 22 million. The jackpot bonus carryover nearly 21 million. And look at that rolling triple. Going to get a nice rolling triple to start the day. That's approaching 700,000. Going to go close to a million or in excess of a million. High five as well. A carryover, massive one. 376,000. The pool approaching $500,000. Get your bets on, and the best of luck with all your wagers.
Horses take the track for the first. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 1, Crypto Girl, 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 2, Adira, 53.5 or 118. 3, Cleopatra Queen, 52 or 115. 4, Linstead Market, 53 or 117. 8, Silent American, 52.5 or 116. 10, Briscoe, 53 or 117. The rider Anthony Fraser. Wagering offered on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. High 5 has a carryover in excess of 376,000. It's on its way to 600,000. Reggae 6 mandatory payout, 20 million. Carryover, so to speak. And it's heading for 25 million. You need to get your wagers on. And of course, today we celebrate Chinese New Year. And all sorts of things will be happening later on in the afternoon. So stand by for that. Kong Yi, Fat Joy.
Hello again, racing fans, and we have Anthony Thomas, fresh from Gulfstream Park, and here is Anthony arriving in the jockey's room earlier today and getting his gears together for his return. Our three-time champion jockey Anthony Thomas, more popularly known as Saint Mary, is original alias Saint Mary, and more recently known as Awesome Anthony. And there's Anthony Thomas in gears for race 1, and he's aboard horse number 8, Silent American, trained by Stephen Todd, owned by Black Brothers. So this is a return of one of our favorite riders, Anthony Thomas. And there he is aboard Silent American, your current favorite at 6 to 5. Race number one kicks off the Reggae 6 mandatory payout, and we have 27 million wagered in the Reggae 6 right now. 20.7 million is the jackpot converted to a carryover, and 27 million wagered, or the triple 850,000. The field of 10 will go 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. My selection here is horse number 5, Bobby Too Bad. Robert Hallidin started the show last race day, won at 67 to 1 with Wizkid, and he won at short price with London Spirit, but had a double. Book ended the card last week, so he's looking to continue that good form here. And Bobby Too Bad at 6 to 1. The price looks quite appealing. Number 1, Crypto Girl gets 5 to 1. Tevin Foster riding for Byron Davis. Blinkers off. Look for an encouraging enough effort here from one of her more positive approaches. And we also have number 7, Radam, Anthony Thomas. He's here riding at South American, and he matches up now with our current champion, Radish Roman. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. Radish Roman, the reigning champion, versus the very popular 3-time champion, Anthony Thomas. And there's Radam looking well at 4 to 1. So you're getting good value all around here. So the hype is all about Anthony Thomas right now with Silent American. This one shaped nicely. Second time of asking 1 to 2, beating Rapida and Shadow of a Doubt. Not much right home about. Steps up, racing among non-rails of 3, native bred, so 6 to 5. Wow. Make it 5187. That's where I'm going in race number 1. Bobby Too Bad over Crypto Girl, Silent American, and Radam. Reggae 6 pool now at 29 million, so it's approaching 30 million. You have limited wagering time remaining. Get your wagers on now, and best of luck on our Ash Wednesday card.
Locking up the front of the gates. They're closing up for the loading process. Race number 1, Reggae 6, approaching $30 million. It's approaching $30 million. Jackpot bonus carryover, nearly 21,000, nearly 900,000 in your triple pool. Just under 700,000 in the high five pool. Carryover in excess 376,000. Get your bets on. Got a wager now. They have closed up the front of the gate. Loading up, about to start. Best of luck.
to the gates. The rolling triple on its way to $1 million. The Reggae 6 arriving at 30 million and climbing. Remember, you have over 20 million in the kitty already. And the high five on the move. It's on its way to 800,000 with the carryover in excess of 376,000. So loading up, about to begin. You need to hurry and get those wagers in now. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance, and you may just be the lucky one to win everything. Adira being led to gate 2. Adira goes in, horse is loading for the first of 10. Here's Bobby Too Bad. 6 to 1. Fancied in the betting. Radam at 7 to 2. They try with it 7. Silent American, the favorite, walks to 8. Awesome Anthony back with us aboard Silent American. In they go. Rider off Linstead Market waiting. Briscoe walks to 10. We wait on Cleopatra Queen, Crypto Girl, Chief Dissident, Solace, and Linstead Market. So 5 to load. Cleopatra Queen coming into 3. She goes in. So 4 more to load, which gives you time to wager. As the high five knocking on the door of 800,000. And by now the Reggae 6 must have surpassed 30 million. So Solace being pulled toward 9. Solace giving a bit of problems to load. So they'll try again. Sadiki Blake riding. Solace goes in without Sadiki. He's walking across. Crypto Girl, Linstead Market, and Chief Dissident, the ones that remain out. So 3 remain out. They're trying now with Linstead Market. Richard Henry waiting. Linstead Market proving very stubborn. So Linstead Market getting help from the 2 main starters, Michael Sims and Dwayne Timal. The other starter, of course, is Racing Secretary Denzel Miller. Rider climbing up for Solace. Crypto Girl and Chief Dissident now the 2 that remain out. Tevin Foster comes off Crypto Girl. Crypto Girl heading for 1. And she goes in. Final one will be a Chief Dissident. 8 to 1 in the wagering. Chief Dissident is in. Field in line. Well, Chief Dissident backed out, now goes in. They're off immediately. Solace, just a step slowly out, along with Silent American and Chief Dissident there toward the back of the field. Adara goes for it, Cleopatra Queen right alongside almost. Linstead Market and Bobby Two Bad are there. Crypto Girl begins to sneak closer on the rail as they arrive at the half mile. Radam is racing out a wide of horses right there too. Brisker now beginning to make ground. Silent American begins a recovery run. Solis attached to the outside. And last of all, it is Chief Dissident as they leave the 3 and run toward the 5/16th. Adira on the rail, a narrow leader. Bobby Too Bad now applying vice-like pressure on the outside. Briscoe is racing out wide as they come thundering into the top of the lane. It is Bobby Too Bad and Adira almost brushing shoulders as they run toward the final 3/16th. And now Bobby Too Bad begins to gain the upper hand. Adara left back against the rail. Crypto Girl in the center. Chief Dissident in the gold sleeves trying to come on. But it's a Bobby Too Bad inside the final 16th. Bobby Too Bad and Robert Halladine under a drive. They hold the advantage. Chief Dissident chasing in vain. But Bobby Too Bad, just too bad for them, wins by maybe 3. Chief Dissident is second. Adara third. Solace is fourth. Crypto Girl looks to be fifth.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1, number 5, Bobby Too Bad, 5-year-old chestnut horse by Soul Warrior, Merkle Doctor by Merkle Man, bred Edison Chai, owned and trained Robert French, the winning rider, Robert Hardball Halliday, the groom Alan Walker, second, number 6, Chief Dissident, third, number 2, Adira, fourth, number 9, Solace, and fifth, number 1, Crypto Girl. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 109 flat.
They're off immediately. Solace just step slowly out, along with Silent American and Chief Dissident there toward the back of the field. Adara goes for it, Cleopatra Queen right alongside almost. Linstead Market and Bobby Two Bad are there. Crypto Girl begins to sneak closer on the rail as they arrive at the half mile. Radam is racing out a wide of horses right there too. Brisker now beginning to make ground. Silent American begins a recovery run. Solis attached to the outside. And last of all, it is Chief Dissident as they leave the 3 and run toward the 5/16. Adira on the rail, a narrow leader. Bobby Too Bad now applying vice-like pressure on the outside. Brisker is racing out wide as they come thundering into the top of the lane. It is Bobby Too Bad and Adira almost brushing shoulders as they run toward the final 3/16. And now Bobby Too Bad begins to gain the upper hand. Adara left back against the rail. Crypto Girl in the center. Chief Dissident in the gold sleeves trying to come on, but it's a Bobby Too Bad inside the final 16th. Bobby Too Bad and Robert Halladine under a drive. They hold the advantage. Chief Dissident chasing in vain, but Bobby Too Bad, just too bad for them, wins by maybe 3. Chief Dissident is second, Adara third. Solace is fourth. Crypto Girl looks to be fifth.
And just updating you what remains in the Isle of February promotion. We started today with the Reggae 6. That's today the mandatory payout on the Reggae 6. Today the 18th. Coming on Saturday, mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. Play Spot 8. A mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. And on the 28th, it's the Quick 4. Mandatory payout on the Quick 4. That's for Caymanas Park. Over at Simulcast, we have a mandatory payout on a Charlestown tomorrow. A mandatory payout in Charlestown, the CT6. That's tomorrow. On Friday, the 20th, it's Aqueduct, a mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. On Sunday, the 22nd, it's a mandatory payout at Gulfstream on the GP6. And on Monday, the 23rd, it's a mandatory payout at Parks on the PX6. So over at Simulcast tomorrow, it's Charlestown. On a Friday, it's Aqueduct, Play Spot 8. On Sunday, Gulfstream, GP6. On Monday, it's GP6, that's the 22nd. On Monday the 23rd, it's Parks, the PX6. Caymanas Park on Saturday the 21st, it's the Play Spot 8. And Saturday the 28th, it's the Quick 4, Caymanas Park. Chuck Roman, you're wanted in the steward's room. That's Radish Roman. Please go now to the steward's room.
Horses take the track for the second. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. 1 Riley J, 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 3 Margarita, 54 or 119. 4 Prince Kazer, 54 or 119. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, a rolling triple. Catch 9 begins here, the single winner bonus in excess of 945,000. Catch 9 on its way to 600,000. Get your wagers on.
Bobby Too Bad gets us off to a winning start on the Ash Wednesday card, and that's Robert Halliday and the saddle for trainer Robert French. And Bobby Too Bad, 6-1. Can you imagine that? The first choice, more than 9 price, 5-2, strong run up in his last, 2 of his last 3, and can go one better among these. So for the Anthony Thomas fans, thank you very much. Even money, Silent American, 6-1, Bobby Too Bad. Yum, yum. Well, that's a great way to start the Ash Wednesday card. 6-1 for Bobby Too Bad. Unbelievable. Versus Silent American, who was stepping up from nuns of 2 and now reaching among nuns of 3. Beat Rapida and Shadow of a Doubt. So that was a big step up in class and sent up at even money. So that's the power of the fan base of Anthony Thomas. Well, it's going to have to be another race before Anthony Thomas will be able to get the job done. So Bobby Too Bad kicks us off to a start. 3,808 live tickets are going on mandatory payout day in the Reggae 6, and the net pool 42.7 million. And I don't recall ever seeing a net pool that high, and a very good source tells me that this is a record net pool for the Reggae 6. So, way to go to our Reggae 6 players. Indeed, you have done a great job on the Ash Wednesday card. And I'm told that you're going to be having outsiders all day long too. So, some big dividends are going to be in the offing here on Ash Wednesday. Let's take a look at race 2, which starts our catch 9. Minimum guarantee paid a $500,000 jackpot, just over 945,000. A field of 6 will go 1,000 meters straight. It's a restricted allowance 4, native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 4 years and up. None winners of 2. The purse here, 780,000. As you can see, single digit also all 6 runners. Longest shot is at 6 to 1, and that's Riley J. Joint longest shot at 6 to 1 as well is Prince Kazir, and you're getting 5 to 1 for Brompton Boy. So support all over the board here for every runner. I'm going for number 3, Margarita. Clive Lynch rides against Sobriety and Oak Ridge Farms. 4th last time up by 3 3/4 lengths behind Raz Treasure, Miss Grove, and Global Pursuit. Reverts to the straight, has good pace and speed, and should be able to acquit herself well here. And she gets her top selection at 3 to 1. Number 5 is Miss Marbella at 9 to 5. Dane Dawkins rides for Peter Bassard and PJK team. 3rd by 3 3/4 last time out to Miss Grove and Starquest going 6 4 113.4. And 2 starter back was 4 by 2 1/4 lengths to Big Buzz, Margarita, and Lockdown. Reverts to the straight. Her only win came over the straight, and that was by half length, beating Brompton Boy and Rocket Fire Seb. A similar effort we'll see here in the thick of things short. Rocket Fire Seb, that one came back to win. And Brompton Boy, he also came back and won as well. He won over 4 4 on straight on the 28th of September in 46.4, beating Bubbling Warrior and Platinum Princess. So he's here, John Post 6 at 6 to 1. Number 2, Balmore, all the rage at 4 to 5. Wow. First time out for Anthony Nunes. Radish Roman rides for Owen and Adam. Blinkers taken off. The customary blinkers have been removed. And this Balmore has started 15 times, and 14 of the 15 times he was in the blinkers. So the customary blinkers removed for his first appearance under the new gear. Radish Roman, the champion jockey, picks up the mount, and Balmore has worked well. 47.4 alongside Brompton Boy, who did 47.3. So Brompton Boy actually beat Balmore in that workout, but you're getting 7 to 1 for Brompton Boy, where they're getting 4 to 5 for Balmore. Make it 3 5 2 6 by order of preference. Margarita over Miss Marbella, Balmore, and Brompton Boy. Catch and pool is at 650,000. So most of the resources, most of the ammunition was used up for the Reggae 6 mandatory payout, and you are struggling now. The catch time is at just 650,000, and I know that you're keeping some thing in your arsenal for the Twilight 6 carryover of 4.2 million. So the catch time not really getting as much traction today because of these 2 massive pick 6s today. So let's see though. It's always going to be worth your way to the catch time. Only $5 per play. You have limited time remaining. Get your bets on now, and best of luck.
So they have closed up the front of the gate for race number 2. The loading has started. Loading. Horses loading. The first one to go in. That's Bowmore, the even money favorite. Horses loading. Just under 3/4 million in the catch 9 pool. Nearly $1 million. That's the jackpot bonus for the catch 9. Margarita comes to gate 3. A nice triple Also, that triple pool approaching 700,000. So Valmore and Margarita, ready loaded. Prince Kazir joins at 4. Brompton Boy, another of the Naden inmate, loads at 6. Valmore being the other one. Riley J lining up for 1. Riley J goes in. 1 to load. Miss Marbella from the Peter John Passad camp. Ready for a start, race number 2. 5 furlongs straight the trip. Riley J acting up in gate 1. Settled once again. Brompton Boy a bit antsy in gate 6 as well. Backing out Brompton Boy now. Brompton Boy settled. And now we're ready. They're off and racing. Margarita gets away smartly from gate number 3. Also coming on the far side, from the near side, that's Miss Marbella. So too Brompton Boy, but Riley J stacking across in the middle as well. They're spread right across the track. Riley J on the far side with Margarita right on the near side. That's Miss Marbella right in the middle. That's Bowmore traveling sweetly. Just behind Bowmore, that's Brompton Boy, and left out of it right is Prince Kazir. They're coming with just about a furlong and a half to travel, and Miss Marbella looks to have that lead. Miss Marbella in front. Bowmore trying to come. Miss Marbella in front of Bowmore, getting closer. Miss Marbella in front. Bowmore beginning to get to Miss Marbella. Miss Marbella keeping on, and Miss Marbella keeping clear. Bowmore is finding, and but will only be second best. Miss Marbella and devastating Dane Dawkins landing the second from Bowmore. Then comes a Brompton Boy back and forth running on. That's Prince Kazir. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 5, Miss Marbella, 4-year-old Bay filly by Echotown. Lola's Kisses by It's My Lucky Day, bred Deborah Shihadi, own a PJK team, conditioned by the chosen one, Peter John Passad, the winning rider, devastating Dane Dawkins, the groom, O'Shane Wallace second, number 2, Bowmore, third number 6, Brompton Boy, fourth number 4, Prince Kazir. Final time for 5 furlongs straight, 1 minute flat. Brompton Boy settled, and now we're ready. They're off and racing. Margarita gets away smartly from gate number 3. Also coming on the far side, from the near side, that's Miss Marbella. So too Brompton Boy, but Riley J stacking across in the middle as well. They're spread right across the track. Riley J on the far side with Margarita right on the near side. That's Miss Marbella right in the middle. That's Bowmore traveling sweetly. Just behind Bowmore, that's Brompton Boy, and left out of it right is Prince Kazir. They're coming with just about a furlong and a half to travel, and Miss Marbella looks to have that lead. Miss Marbella in front. Bowmore trying to come. Miss Marbella in front of Bowmore, getting closer. Miss Marbella in front. Bowmore beginning to get to Miss Marbella. Miss Marbella keeping on, and Miss Marbella keeping clear. Bowmore is finding, and but will only be second best. Miss Marbella and devastating Dane Dawkins landing the second from Bowmore. Then comes a Brompton Boy back and forth running on. That's Prince Kazir.
Result of the second now official horses to the testing barn. 2 Bowmore, 5 Miss Marbella. 2 and 5 go to be tested. Splits 23-4, 47-1. They raced 5 furlongs straight in 1 minute flat. The margin 3.5 by 4.25.
Number 1, Phenomenal Power takes the track early.
Horses take the track for the third. It's a restricted stakes. For imported 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and native bred 3-year-olds and native bred 4-year-olds, non-winners of 4, the distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. 3 Miss Money Penny, make the weight 53.5 kilos or 118 pounds. 4 Wayne's Cherry Links, 51 or 112. 5 Danka, 50 or 110. 6 Big Buzz, 52 or 115. Just reminding you, the correct allotted weight for Danka was 53 kilos. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, quick 4 and play spot 8, they both begin here. Quick 4 has a single winner bonus in excess of 666,000. Play spot 8 starting from a new. Quick 4 heading to 500,000. Play spot 8 700,000. Get your wagers on.
Miss Marbella gets the job done in race number 2 and gets the better of Balmore, the top 2 choices in the betting, with the second favorite getting better of the surprise favorite Balmore. That one is all the rage. First time out for Anthony Nunes. The customer blinkers removed and Radish Roma the board. But clearly that was not good enough. Miss Marbella came out on top fairly convincingly too. Live ticket count, interestingly, on the mandatory payout Reggae 6 with 42.7 million in the net pool. We started off at 3,808 and we are down to 2,803. That means that 1,005 tickets went a begging after Miss Marbella won. Wow, I don't understand that, but your mistake is my beefsteak. How can it leave Miss Marbella off your Reggae 6? Unbelievable. So 42.7 million down to 2,803 tickets. And we haven't gotten any outsiders as yet. So if an 8-5 strong second favorite could have set aside 1,005 live tickets, what will happen when the outsiders come in? Well, let's see how this sequence will unfold. We are on to the third leg. So this is the middle of the Reggae 6. And we have the National Banker on Ash Wednesday. And that's Phenomenal Power being ridden by Delroy Bihari. Can you imagine that? The National Banker with Delroy Bihari aboard. Let's see how this one will unfold. Number 1, Phenomenal Power. Looked phenomenal coming onto the racetrack. He's quite an imposing figure physically. He's by violence out of the Quality Road Dam drinking Dixie. So this violence, offspring violence, a prolific stallion in the USA that produces some really great sprinters. And Phenomenal Power has proven to be just that so far. 14 and a quarter lengths clear, going 5.5 furlongs on debut in 107.1. 7.5 lengths clear second time out in 106.3. Also for 5.5 furlongs. Delroy Bihari was aboard last time out. He's back aboard today. Phenomenal Power. At 1-5, it will take a lot of running to deny this one, barring any mishap. Number 3, Miss Moneypenny. This one gets 92. Chased home, Phenomenal Power. Last time out, second by 7.5 lengths, not able to land a serious blow. And could very well chase home for the exacta once again. Number 5, Danka is at 6-1. TJ Suku rides a hold of him, Trader Richard Zan and Onanaya. This one should be able to acquit herself well also. She was beaten 6 by 5 lengths, a big butt last time out. 3 started back, third by 3.5 lengths to Wayne Sterlings. Wayne Sterlings is here, drawn position 4. And Wayne Sterlings gets you odds of 11-1. Make it 1-3-5-4. My order of preference race number 3. Phenomenal Power to remain undefeated over Miss Moneypenny. Then Danka and Wayne Sterlings. Quick for a pool, 500,000. Your place for the pool is at 650,000. I know you're holding back for the Twilight 6, but these exotics, they can be very richly rewarding. So have a piece of the action with your quick 4 and play spot 8. Best of luck.
So the runners have arrived at the gate for race number 3. The play spot 8 and quick 4 start here. The play spot 8 on its way to 700,000. Quick 4 approaching 550,000. And a jackpot bonus attached to the pick 4 in excess 666,000. Reminding you still to come the carryover in the Twilight 6 in excess 4.1 million. And that starts race number 5. Get your bets on here in race 3. Runners at the post. Going to be closing the front of the gates momentarily for the loading process.
They're closing up the front of the gates as loading up is about to begin. Quick 4 heading to 600,000, play spot 8, 700,000. Get your wagers on. Riders adjusting their goggles, which means any moment now they will be called forward. Horse is now loading. Thousand Treasures, the first one in, with Dane Dawkins looking for his second win on the card. 7-1 in the betting. Thousand Treasures. Miss Money Penny goes in at 3 at 9-2. She does possess speed. Wayne's Cherry Links is coming into 4. Richie Shakes. She's at 9-1. Danka will load at 5, 6-1 in the wagering. Big Buzz, the outsider, at 18-1, loads at 6. Miss Grove, 9-2, well supported, will come into 7 when ready. Miss Grove is in, fielded line. 5 furlong straight, this is the third. Starter holds them. They're off. Miss Moneypenny comes away in between horses. Wayne's Cherry Links is drifting toward the near side. Danka just in behind. Big Buzz in the orange close to us, right against the stand fence. That's Miss Grove as they sort themselves out. The favorite Phenomenal Power has running to do over on the far side, tracked by Thousand Treasures. So they're sorting themselves out, and Wayne's Cherry Links holds that lead, continuing to drift to the near side. Danka in the center with Miss Moneypenny. Phenomenal Power is now asked to go as they leave the quarter pole in behind them, and it's Wayne's Cherry Links with that lead. Danka in close proximity. Miss Grove shaken up hard against the fence on the far side. Phenomenal Power has a mountain to climb at this stage. Can he climb it inside the final furlong? It is a Danka, Wayne's Cherry Links, and Miss Grove going at it. Phenomenal Power doesn't seem to getting to them at all. Danka with that lead. Danka battling Miss Grove, and Danka gets there from Miss Grove. Big Buzz is third. Phenomenal Power. Disappointing run is fourth. Wayne's Cherry Links is fifth. Your attention, please. Right now, there's a Steward's inquiry looking at the final 100 meters. So, Steward's inquiry, please hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, number 5 Donka, 4-year-old Chestnut Filly by Avenue McKenu, Baby P by Market Rally, Bread Money Kazan, Own Naya, Trainer Richard Azan, the winning rider, Tajay Suku, the groom Leroy Wolf. A second, number 7 Miss Grove. A third, number 6 Big Buzz. Fourth, number 1 Phenomenal Power. The final time for 5 furlong straight, 59 and 2. Please note, Stewards inquiry. And we now have a jockey's objection. Second past the post, Radish Roman on Miss Grove. Objecting against first past the post, number 5 Donka and Teje Suku. So Stewards inquiry, jockey's objection. Hold all tickets, please.
Thereof, Miss Moneypenny comes away in between horses Wayne's Cherry Lynx is drifting toward the near side. Danker just in behind. Big Buzz in the orange close to us, right against the stand fence. That's Miss Grove as they sort themselves out. The favorite Phenomenal Power has running to do over on the far side, tracked by Thousand Treasures. So they're sorting themselves out, and Wayne's a Cherry Lynx holds that lead, continuing to drift to the near side. Danker in the center with Miss Moneypenny. Phenomenal Power is now asked to go as they leave the quarter pole in behind them, and it's Wayne's Cherry Lynx with that lead. Danker in close proximity. Miss Grove shaken up hard against the fence on the far side. Phenomenal Power has a mountain to climb at this stage. Can he climb it inside the final furlong? It is a Danker, Wayne's Cherry Lynx, and Miss Grove going at it. Phenomenal Power doesn't seem to getting to them at all. Danker with that lead. Danker battling Miss Grove, and Danker gets there from Miss Grove. Big Buzz is third. Phenomenal Power. Disappointing run is fourth. Wayne's Cherry Lynx is fifth. After the steward's inquiry and jockey's objection, the jockey's objection has been upheld. First past the post, number 5, Danker, disqualified and placed behind horse number 7, Miss Grove, for intimidation and interference, leaving the final 100 meters. Turn the placings around. Full placings now. First 7, Miss Grove. Second 5, Danker. Third remains 6, Big Buzz. Fourth 1, Phenomenal Power. Have a look at your monitors once again for a replay of the incident. Result of the third, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1, Phenomenal Power. 7, Miss Grove. 1 and 7 go to be tested. Splits 23-2, 46-2. Final time, 5 furlongs straight, 59-2. The margins 2 by 1 1/4. Number 7, No Apology, takes the track early. Number 2, Fantastic Hedge, takes the track early. Horses take the track for the 4th. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. And imported 4-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. 3, Pretty Sassy, 49 kilos or 108 pounds. 4, You're My Sweetie, 53.5 or 118. 5, Sparkling Fire, 54 or 119. 6, Bubbling Warrior, 53 or 117. 8, Simply Enchanting, 53 or 117. 10, Skill at Arms, 51.5 or 114. 11, Althea, 53 or 117. Wagering offered on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. The early 5-star begins here with a single winner bonus in excess of $350,000. Early 5-star heading to 500,000, rolling triple 400,000. Runners make their way to post, get your wagers on. Your attention, please, in today's fifth event, number 5, Don Pablo. Make the rider Garvin Harris. Garvin Harris rides Don Pablo in the fifth event. Runners make their way to post. So the horses make their way to the start. And of course, today is a Chinese a New Year, Kong Yi Fat Choi. And as usual, we have the Lion Dance, and the Lion Dance will be coming up after this, the fourth event. Get your wagers on.
So the national banker goes down. And for some strange reason, I'm not surprised. Drama here at race number 3 with first past the post being disqualified as well. That was Danka. And the race awarded to Miss Grove. Bradish Roman riding there for Anthony News and Owen Nadon. And now we are down to 217 live tickets on the mandate here payout Reggae 6 with 42.7 million to be paid out. So you're into some big bucks already, at least 200,000, and you still have races 4, 5, and 6 to go through. So brace yourselves for some massive payouts on Ash Wednesday. Live ticket count on the catch 9 down to 527 with make that down to 22 with 527,000 in that net pool. It's now on to race number 4, which starts our early 5-star. Minimum guaranteed payout 300,000, and the single winner bonus is at 350,000 plus a field of 11. Will go 800 meters straight or 4 furlong straight. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and imported 4 years and up maidens. Let's take a look. Top selection goes to number 6, Bubbling Warrior. Anthony Fraser looks for his first career win. He rides here for Christopher Pearson, more popular known as Superman, and owner Headback Racing. Has raced 5 times, 1 win, 3 seconds, and 1/3. So she is a productive sort, and she reports off a breaks in September. She looks quite well, and she's your lukewarm joint favorite at 2-1 with number 1, Bangarang. Pretty Sassy number 3 gets 10-1, big price. Tajay Cool rides for Robert Pearson. Worked well on the 11th of February, 4 straight and 47.3 by 103 flat. And Pretty Sassy looks good in this spot, and she could upset calculations. Number 9, Legal Fight gets 7 to 2. Blinkers fitted. Distance reduced from 8 furlongs and 7 furlongs. Now it's 4 furlongs straight. Look for a sharp effort here. Third on the last 2 attempts. So 7 to 2 for Siobhan Townsend. Legal Fight certainly can get the job done. Number 1, Bangarang. Anthony Thomas back in action. And he was bet off the board in race number 1 aboard Silent American. And he's getting 2 to 1 here. John Post 1 in the field of 11 at 800 meters straight. Bangarang will have to put every hoof right to come across on this one draw and get the job done. Looks quite competitive. I'm going 6, 3, 9, and 1 is my order of preference. Bubbling Warrior to give Anthony Fraser his first career win over Pretty Sassy, Legal Fight, and Bangarang.
Closing up the front of the gate for the loading process here in race number 4, the early 5-star approaching 750,000, approaching 750,000, and a nice triple to go with that. That's approaching 650,000, rolling triple on its way to 650,000. Get your bets on here in race number 4. Value in the win pool, the favorite number 6. Bubbling Warrior, and that's a 2 to 1. That's a 2 to 1 favorite. So 3 times your money. Then we get 5 to 2 on the 1, Bangarang. 7 to 2 on the 9, Legal Fight. So a lot of value in the win pool, so it's wise to have a win ticket in hand. As the loading up about to start, they have closed up the front of the gates. Get your wagers on, not much time to wager. Fantastic Hedge heads to gate 2. Fantastic Hedge looks to be in. Pretty Sassy, gate number 3. Pretty Sassy goes in. A Sparkling Fire could be next at 5. Sparkling Fire goes in. Early 5-star now approaching 850,000. And the triple approaching 750,000. Rider comes down from the 6th, that's Bubbling Warrior. Anthony Fraser. Bubbling Warrior is in. Fraser takes a seat. Simply Enchanting, gate number 8, is filled. Rider off the 9, Legal Fight, Siobhan Townsend. No Apology is in at 7. You're My Sweetie to 4. They've opened gate number 9 for Legal Fight. Riders out of the saddle at the moment. Skillet Arms goes in at 10. Althea, gate 9, gate 11 rather. 9 is still empty. So we wait on a Legal Fight and Bangarang to complete the line. Legal Fight is in at 9. Want to load Bangarang. 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight the trip. Waiting on Bangarang. And awesome Anthony Thomas. Second choice in the market at 5 to 2. Bangarang is in. When you're ready, ready for race number 4. Off on racing. Get away smartly in the middle. That's Sparkling Fire toward the near side Althea and Skillet Arms. Also in the mix, that's Legal Fight. Bubbling Warrior is traveling prominently as well. So it is a Sparkling Fire, Bubbling Warrior. These two matching stride on the front and also trying to come on the far side. That's Bangarang towards the near side. It is Skillet Arms. Althea is also in the mix and closest to the rails. That is switching now. That's Enchanted, simply enchanting. They come in inside the final furlong, and it's still a wide open legal fight. Bangarang and legal fight. This is where the fight is. Bangarang, legal fight, fighting hard, but Bangarang begins to get the upper hand. Bangarang and Otham Anthony beats legal fight. Then it looks like Bubbling Warrior back in third, got tied for fourth. Welcome back to the winners enclosures of Caymanas Park. Awesome Anthony Thomas. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, number 1, a Bangarang. 4-year-old Grey Colt by Sensational Slam, Ladylike by Distorted. Bred and owned, Dr. P.A. Henry, Bloodstock. It's 2 on the day for the chosen one, Peter John Passad, the winning rider. It's the awesome one, awesome Anthony Thomas. The groom, Isaac Peterson, second. A number 9, Legal Fight. A third, number 6, Bubbling Warrior. Fourth, number 10, Skillet Arms. And a fifth, number 3, Pretty Sassy. Final time for 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight of 48 and a 2.
Your attention, please. Farrier on duty asked to go now to the saddling barn. Farrier on duty wanted in the saddling barn.
Get away smartly in the middle. That's Sparkling Fire toward the near side, Althea. And Skillet Arms, also in the mix. That's Legal Fight. Bubbling Warrior is traveling prominently as well. So it is a Sparkling Fire, Bubbling Warrior. These two matching stride on the front and also trying to come on the far side. That's Bangarang towards the near side. It is Skillet Arms. Alfie is also in the mix and closest to the rails. That is switching now. That's Enchanted, simply enchanting. They're coming inside the final furlong, and it's still a wide open legal fight. Bangarang and legal fight. This is where the fight is. Bangarang, legal fight, fighting hard, but Bangarang begins to get the upper hand. Bangarang and Otham Anthony beats legal fight. Then it looks like Bubbling Warrior back in third, got tied for fourth.
Result of the fourth now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1, Bangarang. 6, Bubbling Warrior. 1 and 6 go to be tested. The split was 24-2. The final time, 4 furlongs straight, 48-2. The margins ahead by 5 and a quarter. Stand by. We're getting ready for the lion dance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Caymanas Park as we usher in the year of the fire horse, a rare and powerful year in the Chinese zodiac, symbolizing courage, energy, and forward motion. We invite you to embrace fortune and prosperity in the year ahead. Now let's welcome one of the most cherished traditions of Lunar New Year, the Lion Dance. Performed to drive away misfortune, invite good luck, and bring happiness. The lion embodies strength, wisdom, and auspicious energy for the year to come. Brought to us today by the Iron Lotus Academy of Martial Arts, this performance celebrates new beginnings and sets the stage for joy and success. Enjoy the dance. 3-year-olds and up, it's an optional claiming event, 350,000 to 250,000 the tag. Also 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 2, the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. 1 General Chief, make the weight 54 kilos, 119 pounds. 2 Money Must, 53 or 117. 3 Victoria's Medallion, 55.5 or 122. 5 Don Pablo, 53 or 117, the rider Garvin Harris. 6 Lord Espo, 53 or 117. 9 Manouche, 54 or 119. 10 Great Trick, 52.5 or 116. 11 Principal Tiffany, 52 or 115. Wagering on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. Twilight 6 up now, and they carry over there in excess of 4.198 million. Twilight 6 heading for 11 million. Get your wagers on.
Bangarang gets the job done in race number 4. Anthony Thomas right in there for Peter de Bassard. That's his second win in the car for Peter de Bassard. And Anthony Thomas, his fan club, went in a frenzy after the running up that event. And indeed, a good ride there. Attacking across on the one draw and out battling a legal fight to the finish. Last ticket count on the Reggae 6, now down to 149 with 42.7 million in that net pool. And 10 tickets are still going on the Twilight, on the catch line rather, and 527,000 in that net pool. It's now time to shift your focus to the carryover Twilight 6, $4.2 million in carryover money, and you already have $12 million wagered. So this is the other big ticket item on the Ash Wednesday card. A maximum field of 14 will go 5.5 furlongs. It's for the 350 down to 250,000 claimers. Top selection goes to number 7, Noble Monarch. Led for a long way last time out, going 5.5 furlongs, but that was among numbers of 2 5-years and up. Now gets 350 claimers to work with. Omar Walker maintains the mouth for Donovan Clark, and Noble Monarch looks sharp and ready, and should be for the place here. This is your 95 favorite and top selection. Number 14, John P. also possesses good speed. Has showed a lot of pace last time out with 57 kilos, now down to 54.5, so 2.5 kilos lighter. Has the wide post though, going 5.5 furlongs. He should be able to before the place, and if he can come across without causing much interference, he could very well fight out the finish as well. And number 10 is Great Trick. This one gets 9-2. Runner-up last time out to the informed Lana Vicati, beaten by Lana Vicati and Tigre Express in his last 3 races, and those 2 horses are winning at will. So Great Trick doesn't have anything as tough as Lana Vicati and Tigre Express to contend with here, and he looks quite well presented. So 9-2 represents good value as well. Number 8, Last Dance. This one gets odds of 12-1. Dane Dawkins rides on Michael Marlowe, Last Dance, one of those horses that is so consistent. Hard ever off your exotics, such as your high fives, superfectors. You have to keep this one for all of those permutations. Make it 7, 14, 10, 8 in race number 5. And this is the 5th of 10, the Fire Horse Stakes. Make it 7, 14, 10, 8. Noble Monarch over John P. Great Trick and Last Dance. Twilight 6 pool now 12.3 million and climbing. Remember the carryover about 4.2 million. Best of luck.
So they've closed up the front of the gates as the Twilight 6 heads for 14 million. Remember, there's a carryover in excess of 4.198 million. Loading up, about to begin. Hurry, get your wagers on. Horses now loading. First one in, General Chief. So General Chief is in. This is the fifth event, 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Don Pablo walks to 5. So this event is the Fire Horse Stakes. Rider off Money Mustard's Last Dance loads. Money Must is in. Emilio McLean climbing aboard. Manusha will load at 9. Victoria's Medallion loading minus the rider who walks across. So 7 to load. Kai on the Go is next at 4. Manusha refused. They try again. Now Manusha goes in. Rider off Great Trick. So the favorite is Noble Monarch. So Anthony Thomas and Dane Dawkins both have a win already. They're looking for 2 as Cruising Again loads at 13. Rider off Great Trick. Waiting at the gate for the 10 horse. Miss Linton walks into 12. Noble Monarch, the favorite, heading for 7. Principal Tiffany will walk to 11. The speedy John P. heads for 14. Currently at 5 to 1, well supported. As they bring Great Trick toward gate 10. Waiting to meet Great Trick, that's Richie Shakes, the apprentice. Maximum field of 14, 5.5 furlongs. Still waiting on Great Trick. So Great Trick will get help. Michael Sims, Dwayne Timmel, they do the work. Great Trick hesitates at the gate. Now goes in. Richie Shakes will take a seat. 5.5 furlongs. Starter running to his position. Starter ready. They're off. John P. came off slow with Last Dance, the slowest of them all. Victoria's Medallion gets a strong drive for that lead with Principal Tiffany. Toward the outside, Miss Linton goes there. Noble Monarch is right in a handy spot now and chasing Miss Linton as they're about to arrive at the half mile. These two hook up and go for it. John P. begins to make some gains, cruising again in behind with General Chief. Principal Tiffany has been shuffled right back through the pack. Toward the inside, that's Manushi. Great Trick now racing out 3 wide as they leave the 3. A break of 4 to Money Mustache to make down. Victoria's Medallion is there. Lord Espo overtaking. Last Dance and Kai on the Go race toward the back. And last of all, it's Don Pablo as they turn for home at the top of the lane. A quarter of a mile to run. General Chief over on the rail. Noble Monarch in the center. They go at it toward the outside. John P. now asked to lengthen strides. But it is General Chief over on the far side. And in the center, Noble Monarch drifting off a true line. Manushi trying to close up, but General Chief is in command. Inside the final 16, General Chief barking out the orders, and General Chief and Tajay Suku run away with the 5th event. They win by a gap. Money Must is second. Great Trick is third, close between Noble Monarch and Last Dance. We have a claim, we have a claim. Number 10, Great Trick, 5 submitted. Marlon Pusey for Jennifer Hall. Marlon Pusey claims Great Trick for Jennifer Hall.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 1, General Chief, 7-year-old grey horse by Savoy Stomp, Ecstatic by Royal Minister, bred Derek Latibudier OJ, owned Doc Stables, train Spencer Chunk, the winning rider, Tajay Suku, the groom, Michael Reed, second, number 2, Money Must, third, number 10, Great Trick, fourth, number 7, Noble Monarch, and fifth, number 8, Last Dance. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 109 and 4.
They're off. John P. came off slow with Last Dance, the slowest of them all. Victoria's Medallion gets a strong drive for that lead with Principal Tiffany. Toward the outside, Miss Linton goes there. Noble Monarch is right in a handy spot now and chasing Miss Linton as they're about to arrive at the half mile. These two hook up and go for it. John P. begins to make some gains, cruising again in behind with General Chief. Principal Tiffany has been shuffled right back through the pack. Toward the inside, that's Manushi. Great Trick now racing out three wide as they lead the three. A break of four to Money Mustache to make down. Victoria's Medallion is there. Lord Espo overtaking. Last Dance and Kai on the go race toward the back. And last of all, it's Don Pablo as they turn for home at the top of the lane. A quarter of a mile to run. General Chief over on the rail. Noble Monarch in the center. They go at it. Toward the outside, John P. now asked to lengthen strides. But it is General Chief over on the far side. And in the center, Noble Monarch drifting off a true line. Manushi trying to close up, but General Chief is in command. Inside the final 16, General Chief barking out the orders, and General Chief and Tajay Suku run away with the fifth event. They win by a gap. Money Must is second. Great Trick is third, close between Noble Monarch and Last Dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention call to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Fire Horse Stakes Trophy. Making the presentation, Daniel Hung to winning rider, Tajay Suku, representing the winning owner Doc Stable, also in the presentation party, winning trainer Spencer Chung. Congratulations to the winning connections. Race number 5, the Fire Horse Stakes Trophy.
Your attention, please, in the sixth event coming up. Number 12, Proud Dance. Now the mount of Emilio McLean. Emilio McLean rides 12. Proud Dance coming up in the sixth event. Horses that take the track for the 6. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 4-year-olds and up. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. Number 2, New Bridge, 52.5 or 116 pounds. Scratch 4, Bad Tanisha, not eligible. 8, Aladdin, 52.5 or 116. 11, Superstorm, 53 or 117. 12, Proud Dance, 54 or 119. Make the rider Emilio McLean. Wagering on double event, Exacta. Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5, Rolling Triple, 8-5 star. Begins here. Get your wagers on.
Upset win in race number 5 at General Chief at odds of 9 to 1. 30 is a cool riding there for trainer Spencer Chung at Underdog Stable. And I expected an upset in that event. I think I used maybe about 7 horses on my Reggae 6 and Twilight 6. So worked out fine there with a 9 to 1 chance in General Chief. And what a wide margin of victory, really. Dismissed the opposition in no uncertain manner, General Chief. Best on the day. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 coming into the cash out leg, now down to 72 with 42.7 million in the net pool there on mandatory payout day, and 3 stickers are still going on the kit stand, 527,000 plus in that net pool. And the Twilight 6 with that carryover of about 4.2 million has started off with 1,643 live tickets and 14.38 million in that net pool. It's now time for our late 5-star to begin, and this is the leg of the Reggae 6 that you have all been waiting for. All those persons with live tickets, of course. Let's take a look at the 6th event. It's a maiden condition race of 4 years and up. They go 1,000 meters straight. The purse here, 730,000. Of the field of 13, 1, 3, 7, 13. That's going to be my best 4. Number 3, Runaway Bay, gets 5 to 2. Baby to Harvey Wright, trainer David Leeson. This one has been showing good form. Leading, showing a lot of speed, but weakening. Went 6.5 furlongs and 7 furlongs on the last 2 appearances and weakened to 5th. Prior to that, over the straight course, runner-up on 2 occasions, beaten by Feeling Free, who has stepped up in class to win again. Nebuchadnezzar has also run well in the grade above. So Runaway Bay, John Post 3 should be able to tack across, and he has the speed to lead these. Runaway Bay gets a vote here in the 6th event. Number 13, Humility, comes off a breaks in September. This one was a close-up third last time out in 48.3 behind Giant Vigors. 2 started back, second by Short Head. Behind Royal Mavic going 6 furlongs in a fairly slow one, 17.3. But appears to be the type that should report in improved fashion. 6-time champion jockey Omar Walker, he was just aboard the favorite. Noble Monarch in race number 5. That one did not deliver. So he's on a favorite once again here. Humility with the wide post certainly can get the job done. Number 7, Lauren's Secret, is at 5 to 2. Shaped nicely in his last 3 races. Third by 5.5 lengths when hiked at the scale to 57 kilos, going 6.5 furlongs behind Jody's Fun and Baby Gray. Baby Gray returned to win by a wide margin. And Lauren's Secret was second, going a mile. Chased Kuzmi for a long way there, second by 9.25 lengths. And was third, going 4 furlongs straight on the 20th of December behind Feeding Free. And Runaway Bay was 3.75 lengths in arrears to Runaway Bay that day. And Runaway Bay was allowed him 4 kilos. Today he's hiked to 57 kilos. Runaway Bay is at 56 kilos. So Runaway Bay could have the advantage at the scale there with the rematch against Lawrence Secret. Number 1, Abe, gets 14 to 1. And we have had back-to-back number 1 horses winning. In race number 4, Bangarang. In race number 5, General Chief. The only one horse that didn't win, that we all expected to win, was in race number 3, Phenomenal Power. The national banker bites the dust. So Abe would be the 3rd consecutive 1 horse to win if he's the upset here at 14 to 1. Andre Paul Wright, so trainer, did the Anglin, more popularly known as Sharon. Make it 3, 13, 7, and 1. My order of preference for race number 6 to kick off the late 5-star. Runaway Bay to get the better of Humility, Lauren's Secret, and Abe. Late 5-star pool is at 1.2 million. Your triple is at 350,000. Best of luck.
Runners arriving at the post, runners arriving at the post, and the late 5-star on its way to 1.5 million. Getting close to 1.4, on its way to 1.5. Rolling triple on its way to 450,000. High 5 wagering offered, and that's approaching 300,000. Get your bets on as the runners are arriving at the post. They're closing up the front of the gate, so the wagering time very limited. Got to rush to those windows and place your wagers. So late 5 star, getting close to 1.5 million. The rolling triple has gone past the half a million, heads to 550,000, and your high five pool closing in on 400,000. Horses loading, loading for the sixth. The first one to load, a bay, gate one. New Bridge joins at gate number two. So horses loading. Last chance to make a wager. Chasing My Dream heads to gate number five. Trainer Peter John Passad, he has two already. He looks for a third with Chasing My Dream. Eddie joins at six. Black Ringo, nine. Hoofity heads to 10. A Superstorm to 11. Superstorm is in. A Proud Dance heads to gate number 12. Runaway Bay in at 3. Proud Dance come once again to gate number 12. Proud Dance is in. We have a late scratch here. Horse number 10, Hoofity, scratched on the advice of the vet. Scratch injured. And it looks as though we have a line. 5 furlong straight the trip. All gates filled, with the exception of gate 10, Hoofity, a late scratch. Starter holding the runners. Cash out leg off your Reggae 6. Mandatory payout today. And now they're off and racing. Newbridge does everything wrong and ditches the rider. Braking smartly in the middle. That's Runaway Bay, right in dead center of the track. Runaway Bay running strongly. Over on the far side, that's Chasing My Dream. Also there, Lauren's Secret. In the mix as well, Humility just behind them. That's Aladdin. Over on the near side, that's Superstorm. And right there too, that's a Black Ringo. They're spread right across the track. Lauren's Secret is right there too. Runaway Bay, Humility. these three matching stride as they come with just about a furlong and a half to travel. Humility looks to just have the lead from Lawrence Secret back there in third. That's Runaway Bay. It's still Humility. Lawrence Secret testing all the while, and Lawrence Secret now looks to assume the lead. It's Lawrence Secret running on the far side and coming to the near side. That's Aladdin, but Lawrence Secret is in front, and Lawrence Secret beats Humility. Then comes Aladdin running on for third. Back there in fourth, that's Runaway Bay, and Black Ringo back in fifth. And Bay has gotten rid of the rider. Bay has gotten rid of the rider.
Your attention, please. There's now a general stewards inquiry into the running of the race. Please hold all tickets. A general stewards inquiry.
The winners and closure, the unofficial winner of race number 6, number 7, Lawrence Secret, 4-year-old Chestnut Colt by Sensational Slam, Princess Lorraine by Soul Warrior, Red Marcus Dabdoo, Old Houston Stable, trainer Patrick Lynch, the winning rider, Action Pack Red Lewis, the groom Goran Lynch, second, number 11, Humility, third, number 8, Aladdin, fourth, number 4, Runaway Bay, and a fifth, number 9, Black Ringo. Final time for a 5 furlong straight, 101.2. mandatory payout today. And now they're off and racing. Newbridge does everything wrong and ditches the rider. Braking smartly in the middle. That's Runaway Bay, right in dead center of the track. Runaway Bay running strongly. Over on the far side, that's Chasing My Dream. Also there, Lauren's Secret in the mix as well. Humility just behind them. That's Aladdin. Over on the near side, that's Superstorm. And right there too, that's a Black Ringo. They're spread right across the track. Lauren's Secret is right there too. Runaway Bay, Humility, these three matching stride as they come with just about a furlong and a half to travel. Humility looks to just have the lead from Lauren's Secret. Back there in third, that's Runaway Bay. It's still Humility. Lauren's Secret testing all the while, and Lauren's Secret now looks to assume the lead. It's Lauren's Secret running on the far side and coming to the near side. That's Aladdin, but Lauren's Secret is in front, and Lauren's Secret beats Humility. Then comes Aladdin running.
And after the steward's inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish, no change. Result of the six now official. Horses to the testing barn. 3 Runaway Bay, 7 Lauren's Secret, 3 and 7 both go to be tested. The splits were 24-3, 48-1. They raced 5 furlongs straight in 101-2. The margin's 1 1/4 by 2 1/2.
Lauren Secret cashes in on the last leg of the Reggae 6 on the mandatory period day. Ray Lucid decided there for Trent and Patrick Clinton own Houston Stables. Blinkers on, figure it off. Anytime you see the professor change equipment, have a closer look. Lauren Secret got the job done there quite convincingly at 5-2. Congratulations to our Reggae 6 winners on mandatory period day on Ash Wednesday. Payout $837,479, and we had a net pool of over $42 million. That's the biggest net pool on our mandatory payout Reggae 6 ever. So well done, and congrats to our winners. Let's so take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 races.
The final 3/16th, and now Bobby Too Bad begins to gain the upper hand. Adara left back against the rail. Crypto Girl in the center. Chief Dissident in the gold sleeves trying to come on, but it's a Bobby Too Bad inside the final 16th. Bobby Too Bad and Robert Halladine under a drive. They hold the advantage. Chief Dissident chasing in vain, but Bobby Too Bad, just too bad for them, wins by maybe 3. Chief Dissident is second. Adara third. Solace is fourth. Crypto Girl looks to be fifth.
Miss Marbella in front of Bowmore, getting closer. Miss Marbella in front. Bowmore beginning to get to Miss Marbella. Miss Marbella keeping on, and Miss Marbella keeping clear. Bowmore is finding, and but will only be second best. Miss Marbella and devastating Dane Dawkins landing the second from Bowmore. Then comes a Brompton boy back and forth running on. That's Prince Kazir.
And it's a wins. Cherry Links with that lead. Danka in close proximity. Miss Grove shaken up hard against the fence on the far side. Phenomenal Power has a mountain to climb at this stage. Can he climb it inside the final furlong? It is a Danka wins. Cherry Links and Miss Grove going at it. Phenomenal Power doesn't seem to getting to them at all. Danka with that lead. Danka battling Miss Grove, and Danka gets there from Miss Grove. Big Buzz is third. Phenomenal Power. Disappointing Run is fourth. Wins. Cherry Links is fifth.
They come in inside the final furlong, and it's still a wide open legal fight. Bangarang and legal fight. This is where the fight is. Bangarang, legal fight, fighting hard, but Bangarang begins to get the upper hand. Bangarang and Otham Anthony beats legal fight. Then it looks like Bubbling Warrior back in third, got tied for fourth.
But it is General Chief over on the far side, and in the center, Noble Monarch drifting off a true line. Manushi trying to close up, but General Chief is in command. Inside the final 16, General Chief barking out the orders, and General Chief and Tajay Suku run away with the fifth event. They win by a gap. Money Must is second. Great Trick is third, close between Noble Monarch and Last Dance.
As they come with just about a furlong and a half to travel. Humility looks to just have the lead from Lawrence Secret back there in third. That's Runaway Bay. It's still Humility. Lawrence Secret testing all the while, and Lawrence Secret now looks to assume the lead. It's Lawrence Secret running on the far side and coming to the near side. That's Aladdin, but Lawrence Secret is in front, and Lawrence Secret beats Humility.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event, 500,000 to 400,000 the tag. Also native bred 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4. Imported 6-year-olds and up, and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 3. The distance 1500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. 1 casual peach 52.5 or 116. 2 sweet victory 52 or 115. 3 high diplomacy 55.5 or 122. 6 princess Talisi 52.5 or 116. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the strike 4 begins. Strike 4, almost at $1 million. Get your wagers on.
Congratulations once again to our Reggae 6 winners on mandatory payout day. A bright ash trends there, $837,479 in dividends. The Twilight 6, 1,013 tickets are going at 14.3 million plus in the net pool there, and the catch time is down to 1 live ticket. 527,000 in that net pool. Remember, the jackpot in the catch time is over 945,000. On to race 7, it starts our strike 4, minimum guaranteed payout 500,000. We have a field of 7, and they go 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlong. This is for the claim level, 500,000 down to 400,000. Let's take a look. Top selection goes to number 4, Midnight Galaxy. Down in class after being claimed for $1 million on the 10th of January. The price has been slashed in half, 500,000. Shane and his rides for Peter the Bassard and Narish Nagrani. Midnight Galaxy, a cut above these, and he looks quite sharp and ready, so he could be on an afternoon stroll. Number 3, High Diplomacy gets 7-1. Run up the last 3 outings. 2 of those efforts came at 500,000, and the last effort was at 350. So High Diplomacy, clearly one that can get the job done here. 7-1 represents great value, and that value, of course, has been as a result of the down in class Midnight Galaxy. Number 2, Sweet Victory, a late running sort. She should be coming on from off the pace as usual. Remain golden rides for Matthew Williams. And number 1, Casual Peach, also a type that can come on from off the pace, can also run close to the pace. Chariot Badai rides for Gordon Lewis, owner, trainer. 4-3-2-1, counting down in race number 7, Midnight Galaxy, on an afternoon stroll to get the better of High Diplomacy, then Sweet Victory and Casual Peach. Strike 4 pool is at 1.2 million. And climbing, you have limited wagering time remaining. Best of luck.
So the runners have arrived at the post. The late, I think that the strike four, approaching 1.5 million. The strike four pool approaching 1.5 million. They'll be closing the front of the gates shortly as it has started. Get your wagers on, hurry, and place your bets.
So they've closed up the front of the gates. Loading about to begin, and it will start with Casual Peach at gate 1. Casual Peach is in. Sweet Victory heading for 2. Next up should be High Diplomacy at 3. The 1 to 5 favorite Midnight Galaxy will be loading at 4 once High Diplomacy is in. High Diplomacy is in. Midnight Galaxy and Shane Ellis. Princess Talisi coming into 6. Solo Black at 5. Still Midnight Galaxy showing no sign of loading. Ruby's Light lining up for 7. And Midnight Galaxy there or thereabouts by gate 4. Ruby's Light refused as they try to get Midnight Galaxy and Shane Ellis into gate 4. They've opened the front of 4 to accept Midnight Galaxy. Now 2 to 5 the favorite. Midnight Galaxy is in. Last one will be Ruby's Light. Ruby's Light coming up to 7. Still not in. Part of the way in this Ruby's Light. And Ruby's Light rearing and on the ground. So we may have a scratch. So we await the news of Ruby's Light. Amelia McLean walking over toward gate 7. Number 7, Ruby's Light, scratched. They're off and racing. Princess Talisi gets off the slowest of them all. The favorite Midnight Galaxy grabs an early lead. Sweet Victory is chasing with High Diplomacy back in 3rd as they make their way now toward the 6. A gap of some 6 lengths back to Casual Peach. Solar Black racing toward the back, now caught by Princess Talisi on the go. Down the far side they race, they make their way toward the 5, and Midnight Galaxy ekes out a neck advantage. Sweet Victory continues the attack on the rail, they leave the 5. High Diplomacy is 2.5 lengths in behind them and watching them closely. A gap opens to Casual Peach. Another gap to Princess Talisi, and a Solo Black trails the field. A half a mile to run. They go spinning into that turn for home, and Midnight Galaxy now lengthens strides and goes on by 2 lengths. High Diplomacy now moving through to challenge in 2nd. Sweet Victory is backing out in 3rd, a gap to Casual Peach, then Princess Talisi and Solar Black as the strung-out field will arrive at the 5/16th, and Midnight Galaxy is in complete control at the moment under Shane Ellis. They're coming toward the top of the lane. The grey Midnight Galaxy under no ride at all. Midnight Galaxy continues to cruise and holds the advantage. High Diplomacy left back in the distance against the rail. Sweet Victory has a mountain to climb, so too Casual Peach, but it's Midnight Galaxy. Ellis having a peep behind, just showing Midnight Galaxy the stick as they drive toward the final 16th. It's all over. Midnight Galaxy will have to fall into a huge hole to lose. Midnight Galaxy comes away and romps it in the end by double digits. High Diplomacy will get 2nd. Sweet Victory 3rd. Casual Peach is 4th. We have claims. We have claims in the seventh. Number 3, High Diplomacy. 5 submitted, 1 void. Norman Smith for Diamonds. Norman Smith claims High Diplomacy for owner Diamonds. 44 claims submitted for number 4, Midnight Galaxy, 1 void. Rudolph Hardiel for Donovan Stevenson. Rudolph Hardiel claims Midnight Galaxy for Donovan Stevenson.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7 and number 4, Midnight Galaxy, 5-year-old gray horse by Midnight Hawk. Galaxy Miss by Arch. Bred Christopher Wellington, own Naresh Nagrani. It's the third on the card for the chosen one. Winning trainer, Peter John Passad. Congratulations. Winning jockey, Shane the Canterman Ellis. Second, number 3, High Diplomacy. Third, number 2, Sweet Victory. And fourth, number 1, Casual Peach. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 135 and 4.
They're often racing. Princess Talisi gets off the slowest of them all. The favorite Midnight Galaxy grabs an early lead. Sweet Victory is chasing with High Diplomacy back in third as they make their way now toward the 6. A gap of some 6 lengths back to Casual Peach. Solar Black racing toward the back, now caught by Princess Talisi on the go. Down the far side they race, they make their way toward the 5, and Midnight Galaxy ekes out a neck advantage. Sweet Victory continues the attack on the rail, they leave the 5. High Diplomacy is 2.5 lengths in behind them and watching them closely. A gap opens to Casual Peach. Another gap to Princess Talisi, and a Solar Black trails the field. A half a mile to run. They go spinning into that turn for home, and Midnight Galaxy now lengthens strides and goes on by 2 lengths. High Diplomacy now moving through to challenge in second. Sweet Victory is backing out in third, a gap to Casual Peach, then Princess Talisi and Solar Black as the strung out field will arrive at the 5/16th, and Midnight Galaxy is in complete control at the moment under Shane Ellis. They're coming toward the top of the lane. The grey Midnight Galaxy under no ride at all. Midnight Galaxy continues to cruise and holds the advantage. High Diplomacy left back in the distance against the rail. Sweet Victory has a mountain to climb, so too Casual Peach, but it's Midnight Galaxy. Ellis having a peep behind, just showing Midnight Galaxy the stick as they drive toward the final 16th. It's all over. Midnight Galaxy will have to fall into a huge hole to lose. Midnight Galaxy comes away and romps it in the end by double digits. High Diplomacy will get second. Sweet Victory third. Casual Peach is fourth. Your attention, please. Amelia McLean has to go now to the storage room. Jockey Amelia McLean wanted in the storage room. Result of the 7th now official. Horses to the barn. 2, Sweet Victory. 4, Midnight Galaxy. 2 and 4 go to be tested. The splits 25, 49, 2, 115, 4. They raced to 7.5 furlongs and 135 4. The margin 13 by 3 1/4. And number 7, A Wing and a Prayer takes the track early. Number 1, Minnehaha also takes the track early. Horses take the track for the 8th. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds, a distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs round. Number 1, Minnehaha, make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 7, A Wing and a Prayer, 55 or 121. Wagering on the double event exacta, trifecta, this is where the late triple begins. The late triple on its way to 700,000. Get your wagers on.
problems there for the down in class Midnight Galaxy. Shayna is riding for Trinidad Peter Bassard, the third win on the car for Peter Bassard, and that one owned by Narish Nagrani. Midnight Galaxy took the field by the scruff of the neck early and was on an afternoon stroll for the entire journey. 4, 3, 2, and 1, that's the way the race came back, and that's the exact order I predicted. 4, Midnight Galaxy from 3, High Diplomacy, then 2, Sweet Victory, and 1, Casual Peach. Now, ticket count on the catch time, it's at 1. 527,000 plus in the net pool there. The Jackpot 945,000 plus. And the Twilight 6.5 ticket count now 997 with 14.38 million plus in the net pool. It's now on to the final triple. Minimum guarantee pay of 400,000. We're already at 750,000. We have a field of 7. These are maidens. They go 1,000 meters round. It's a maiden condition race. For native bred thrills, the purse is 1,050,000. Top choice is number 1, Mini Haha. Race one on debut on the 31st of January when a stage run to style, but couple up nicely to go to lead. Led by half length and a half mile. Came to the quarter pole second by half, second by length and a half at the furlong pole. Weakened fourth by 5.5 lengths to Colts, Senor Biscotti, London Spirit, and Red 32. Now, cuts back by a furlong and a half from 6.5 furlongs to 5 furlongs round. Has second time. Lay 6. Drawn post position 1 from a better dispatch from the starting gate. Look for a Mini Haha to make the lead, and she's going to take some catching. Worked well on the 11th of February. That was after her debut. Went 47 flat for 4 furlongs straight quite easily. So Mini Haha, the one to catch here, and she's your 3 to 5 favorite. Number 5, Hooray Henry makes his debut. He's a 3-year-old bay colt, foaled on the 3rd of May. He's by Burn Identity out of the Ashley's Dam, Princess Lizzie. Bird Karen Prasad, owned Karen Prasad, Thomas Pragnell, and Henry Pratt trained Peter Bassard. He's looking for his 4th win. Dave Dawkins is aboard, and the groom is Kobe Anthony. And number 6 is the Maestro. He's a 3-year-old bay colt, foaled on the 22nd of February. He's by Burn Identity out of the Milwaukee Brew Dam, Moonlight Brew. Bird Karen Prasad, owned E.S. Campbell, A.J. Kuzar, Teague, and Karen Prasad. Trained Peter Bassard. Ray Lewis is aboard, and this one also groomed by Kobe Anthony, and he is looking quite forward for his debut. Has been working fairly well. 38.2 for 3 furlong, 36.4 for 3 furlong, 36.1 with a half mile in 49.1. So the Maestro should acquit himself well here. He's your joint second favorite at 3 to 1. Number 7, A Wing and a Prayer, had her debut August 2025. Stumbled at the start and was 6th behind Salute the Dawn, Fidelity, and Maybell. Fairly useful horses, and that 6 was not too far away. 6 by 6 3/4 lengths. So look for A Wing and a Prayer to show some improvement coming off the lengthy break between debut effort and this her second appearance. Make it 1, 5, 6, and 7. My order of preference to kick off the late triple. Mini Haha over Hooray Henry, the Maestro, and A Wing and a Prayer.
Once again asking Emilio McLean to go to the Strode's room. Emilio McLean wanted in the Strode's room. They're closing up the gates. Get your wagers on.
So they have closed up the front of the gate for the loading process. The first one to load, the Prosperity Send to gate 2. So horses loading for the 8th. Last chance to wager the late triple. Sensational Destiny will join. They're in the Colin Helcock colors. Hendricks moving to gate 4. Got a favorite in horse number 1, Mini Haha, at 3 to 5. Working on Hendricks, gate 4. Hendricks is in. The Maestro is next at 6. The Maestro, 3 to 1 in the betting. And a 3 on the day for Peter John Passad. He has 2 here. Trying to increase that winning streak. As the favorite lines up for gate 1, Mini Haha. Mini Haha is in. Hooray Henry, gate 5. And a final one. Well, Hooray Henry hesitates. out once again this Hooray Henry. A wing and a prayer waits. Hooray Henry goes in. A wing and a prayer to complete the line. 5 furlongs round the trip. A wing and a prayer goes in. Over to start to Michael Sims. Ready for a start. They're off and racing. Hendricks misses it and racing at the back of the field as Mini Haha wants that lead. Rushing down on the outside, that's Hooray Henry. Right there too, that Sensational Destiny going down into it, the Maestro. Then comes a wing and a prayer. Back there in about sixth, that's Prosperity Sen and racing at the back of the field, that's Hendricks. They head toward the 2.5 furlong point, and it's Mini Haha controlling the tempo just on the outside and coming down. That's Hooray Henry. These two joining forces there at the top of the lane. Mini Haha, Hooray Henry fighting for it just behind them and trying to come on. That's the Maestro right against the rail. Prosperity Sen. They're coming to the furlong pole, and it is Mini Haha turning them back. Coming on, that's the Maestro. Mini Haha, the Maestro getting into second, but Mini Haha is beyond recall. Mini Haha begins to pull away from these, and Terrific Tevin Foster takes a peek behind, and he's about 7 lengths in front. Back in second, that's the Maestro, got tight for third, either Prosperity Sen or Hooray Henry. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, number 1, Mini Haha, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Savoy Stomp, Red Gold by Wizard of Gold, bred Wilbert Bagwandine, owned the WB Racing, trained Robert Pearson, the winning rider, Terrific, Tevin Foster, the groom, Jacob Harris second, Number 6, the Maestro. Third, number 5, Hooray Henry. And fourth, number 2, Prosperity Sen. Final time for 5 furlongs round, 101 and 2. They're off and racing. Hendricks misses it and racing at the back of the field as Mini Haha wants that lead. Rushing down on the outside, that's Hooray Henry right there too. That sensational Destiny going down into it, the Maestro. Then comes a Wing and a Prior. Back there in about sixth, that's Prosperity Sand and racing at the back of the field, that's Hendricks. They head toward the 2.5 furlong point, and it's Mini Haha controlling the tempo just on the outside and coming down. That's Hooray Henry. These two joining forces there at the top of the lane. Mini Haha, Hooray Henry fighting for it just behind them and trying to come on. That's the Maestro right against the rail. Prosperity Sen. They're coming to the furlong pole, and it is Mini Haha turning them back. Coming on, that's the Maestro. Mini Haha, the Maestro getting into second, but Mini Haha is beyond recall. Mini Haha begins to pull away from these, and Terrific Tevin Foster takes a peek behind, and he's about 7 lengths in front. Back in second, that's the Maestro. Got tied for third, either Prosperity Sen or Ure Henry.
Result of the eighth now official horses to the testing bound. 1, Minnehaha. 5, Hooray Henry. 1 and 5 go to be tested. The splits were 24-2 by 48-4. They completed 5 furlongs round in 101-2. The margin 7 by 2.
And just reminding you, the I Love February promotion for tomorrow at Simulcast. Let's go to the Simulcast first, and then we come back to Caymanas Park. It's for tomorrow, a mandatory payout at Charlestown, the CT6. That's tomorrow, Thursday, the 19th of February. It's Charlestown, mandatory payout on the CT6. On Friday, the 20th, it's Aqueduct, mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. On Sunday, the 22nd, it's a mandatory payout Gulfstream on the GP6. And on Monday, the 23rd, it's a mandatory payout at Parks on the PX6. And for Caymanas Park, remaining mandatory payouts for the I Love February promotion. Saturday, the 21st, it's the Play Spot 8, mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. And on the 28th of February, that Saturday, the 28th, there will be a mandatory payout on the Quick 4. So those are the mandatory payouts remaining at Simulcast and Caymanas for the I Love February promotion.
Your attention, please. Trainer Robert French and Aston Bent wanted in the Steward's room. Robert French, Aston Bent, please go now to the Steward's room. Horses take the track for the ninth. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 4-year-olds and up. Maidens, the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. 5 Attila, 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 6 Family Feud, 52 or 115. 9, She Is My Dream, 53 or 117. Make the rider Richard Henry. Number 10, Proudest Vision, goes with 52.5 or 116 pounds. 11, Candy Girl, 53.5 or 118. 13, True Blue, 53 or 117. Wagering on W Event Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five. This is the late double. Late double on its way to $1 million. Get your wagers on.
Easy win there for Minnehaha. Got a flying start from the inside post. And second time lay 6, visor removed by trainer Robert Pearson and Tim Foster. They duty inside there. Minnehaha really ran well on debut and showed that she would have appreciated the reduction in journey from 6.5 furlongs to 5 furlongs round. And she won going away from rivals. Strong runner up was the Maestro coming on from off the pace. And Huey Henry checked in third. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6 now down to 825 with 40.38 million plus in that net pool. It's now race number 9. That's going to be the penultimate on the Ash Wednesday card. A field of 13 fillies. They go 1,100 meters of 5.5 furlongs. It's restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years adult nuns of 2 and imported 4 years adult maidens. The purse here, 750,000. Top choice goes to number 2. Summer Palace. Tevin Foster looks for the quick double. He rides here for trader Jason Acosta. Summer Palace was a strong runner behind Feeling Free, going 5 furlongs round on the 7th of February. She's a spear in the race sort, has won the race 4 times in her career. She was an impressive winner on debut, March 2025, won by 7.25 lengths over this triple 5.5 furlongs, beating Prolific Prince and Bossman. So she's back here now over 5.5 furlongs for the first occasion since that debut victory. And she looks sharp and ready. She's at even money. And once she gets the lead and she's able to relax on the lead, she should prove as slippery as an eel. Her stablemate number 12, Star Aurora, also quite capable in this spot. This one is at 5-2. Robert Haldane rides Tradition Costa, and Robert Haldane has been in pinpoint form. He had 2 wins on Saturday. One race number 1 with London Spirit at 3-5. One race number 10, the last race with 67-1, rank outsider Wizkid. One race number 1 today with my top selection, Bobby Too Bad at 6-1. Can you imagine that? Big overlay there. And he's now on his next mount on the card. So not many mounts, but he's making use of them. And Star Aurora should be right near the slipstreams if stablemate Summer Palace doesn't deliver. And Star Aurora gets you 5-2. Clear second choice in the wagering. Number 9, She's My Dream. Richard Henry picks up a chance right here, replacing Everti Clunis, and he rides for trainer Ian Alexander. This one is a close-up third behind the importee Roman Lady on last. True Blue was second. So She's My Dream. She appears to be on the upgrade somewhat, and if she's able to put together another effort of that of the 31st of January, she can definitely fight out the finish here as well. 6-1 represents fair value. And number 8 is Native Flower. Anthony Thomas rides for Stephen Todd. They teamed up in race number 1 with the surprise favorite Silent American, and that one still running after being so well fancied. This one looks to be much more likely to get a lot closer, and coincidentally they're both drawn post 8. Number 8 was Silent American, and here's number 8, Native Flower. Anthony Thomas or Stephen Todd. And this Native Flower has much better form to recommend. Strong run up on 2 of her last 4 attempts. Second behind Brahma Bull, going 6 furlongs. Of course, Brahma Bull is a colt, and came back and was finishing a strong second behind Ascent over the straight course, and that race was a mixture of colts and geldings as well. So she gets fillies only for the 3rd consecutive occasion, hasn't gotten as close in her last 2 attempts, and appears to be in a spot where she should get a strong pace to chase, and once she's in the right spot at the right time, she could very well come out on top here. She's at odds of 5-1, so that's going to be fair value as well. Make it 2, 12, 9, and 8 in race number 9, the penultimate on the Ash Wednesday card. Summer Palace, just over Star Aurora. Then She's My Dream and Native Flyer.
Runners arriving at the post, race number 9, the penultimate one. Late double on its way to 1.2 million, nearly 1.2 million in your late double. High five wagering offer there, and the high five pool on its way to 350,000. High five pool approaching 350,000. Late double close to 1.2 million and climbing. Get your bets on.
Horses now loading. Casa Living the first one in gate 1. Last possession being tugged to 3. So horses loading. Get your wagers on. Attila. Shine Like the Sky. Goes in at 4. Attila lining up for 5. Attila coming into 5. This is 5.5 furlongs. Family Feud will load at 6. Eight to load. The Storm walking to 7. Native Flyer heading to 8. The Storm up to 7 and in. Native Flyer up to 8. Loads. Proudest Vision walking to 10. In she goes. Candy Girl to 11. She's in. Star Aura to 12. She's My Dream to 9. Rider off Summer Palace. That's a terrific Tevin Foster. He's looking for a double. Radish Roman in last possession. Radish also looking for 2. Rider off True Blue as True Blue heads to 13. And Summer Palace to 2. Summer Palace stops just a bit short. Summer Palace now goes in half the way and backing out again. So Tevin Foster waiting on his mount, Summer Palace. 6-5 favorite. Summer Palace not yet in. So Summer Palace will get help. It backs away. Still we wait on Summer Palace. Summer Palace obliges and goes in. Up goes Foster. Field in line for the penultimate, the 9th. Track there for racing. Starter ready. Still holds them. Now they're off. True Blue just a shade slowly out. Attila racing toward the back of the field as Summer Palace last possession go for it. Star Aura racing down on the outside of horses. She's My Dream is also traveling well. Proudest Vision is hidden from view. Native Flyer in the orange races just in behind that front rank as they leave the half mile. True Blue has made some progress. Attila races on the rail. The Storm running out wide of horses as they slip past the 7/16. Candy Girl is backing out in behind them. Casa Living races a third from the back. Shine Like the Sky is there and Family Feud trails the field as they come flashing past the 5/16, about to come into the lane, and Summer Palace will bring them into it. Summer Palace just in between horses. She's My Dream running down against the rail. Star Aura is out 3 wide, and these are the main contenders on the run to the furlong pole. Summer Palace now finding more and trying to shrug them off. Star Aura left 2.5 to 3 lengths back right against the rail. She is My Dream, but this Summer Palace is in full flight and under full power. Terrific Tevin Foster and Summer Palace will take the 9th. He has his second. Maybe 6 lengths is the gap. Star Aura is second. She's My Dream is third. Could be Casa Living over on the rail. True Blue.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, the number 2 Summer Palace, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Bull Conquest, England Rose by Natural Selection, bred and owned Ian Kong, conditioned by the champion trainer Jason DaCosta, the winning rider, 2 on the day for Terrific, Tevin Foster, the groom, Leon Levy, second, number 12, Star Aura, third, number 9, She Is My Dream, fourth, number 1, Costa Living, and the fifth, number 13, True Blue. Final time for 5.5 furlong, 1-8 flat.
Now they're off. True Blue just a shade slowly out. Attila racing toward the back of the field as Summer Palace last possession go for it. Star Aura racing down on the outside of horses. She's My Dream is also traveling well. Proudest Vision is hidden from view. Native Flyer in the orange races just in behind that front rank as they leave the half mile. True Blue has made some progress. Attila races on the rail. The Storm running out wide of horses as they slip past the 7/16th. Candy Girl is backing out in behind them. Casa Living races a third from the back. Shine Like the Sky is there, and Family Feud trails the field as they come flashing past the 5/16th, about to come into the lane, and Summer Palace will bring them into it. Summer Palace just in between horses. She's My Dream running down against the rail. Star Aura is out 3 wide, and these are the main contenders on the run to the furlong pole. Summer Palace now finding more and trying to shrug them off. Star Aura left 2.5 to 3 lengths back, right against the rail. She Is My Dream, but this Summer Palace is in full flight and under full power. Terrific Tevin Foster and Summer Palace will take the ninth. He has his second. Maybe 6 lengths is the gap. Star Aura is second. She's My Dream is third. Could be Costa Living over on the rail. True Blue. Result of the ninth, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 1 Casa Living, 2 Summer Palace. 1 and 2 go to be tested. The splits 24-2, 49-1. 5.5 furlongs raced in 108 flat, the margin 6. by 4.5. Coming up next, the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Horses that take the track for the 10th. It's the Ash Wednesday Trophy, an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The distance 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. 2 Don Quezi, 51.5 or 114. 5 Miniature Man, 49.5 or 109. 6 Fearless Soul, 53 or 117. 8 Inspire Force, 54 or 119. 9 California Gold, 52.5 or 116. 11 Wicked Cassie, 52 or 115. 12 Allegiance, 52.5 or 116. 13 Unruly Mo, 55.5 or 122. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five on its way to 250,000. Get your wagers on.
Convincing victory by a summer palace. Stephen Foster on a quick double ride in there for Trinidad Da Costa, and it was an exacta for Da Costa with Saura finishing up in second, and in third was She's My Dream. The numbers I gave you there were 2, 12, 9, and 8. The race came back 2, 12, 9. And in fourth was number 1, Costa Living. So you got the exacta, you got the Quinella, you also got the trifecta. Good going there in race number 9. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6 coming into the 10th final. 734 with 14.38 million plus in that net pool. Our feature is next. It's the Ash Wednesday Trophy. We have a field of 14. It's an own and allowance contest, so 3 is up. The purse 1.25 billion, and they go 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. Top choice goes to number 4, Wall Street Trader. Christopher Mandin, Writer, and Matthew and Vincent May, they teamed up recently to win it Pack Place in the Island Clear Memorial Trophy. So they're looking for the good form to continue here. Wall Street Trader get some class relief. Last time out raced against the likes of Nautical Star. That was an impressive winner, going 6 furlongs in 111.2. Run-up was champion Bubbler. Then came Mark My Identity and this Wall Street Trader just behind Mark My Identity. Gets half a furlong longer to travel and has a less exacting task this afternoon. Raced against the likes of Gurvana, 2 starter back, Offer Revolution, 3 starter back, Ride All Day, 4 starter back, and this Wall Street Trader was a winner in the Hall of Fame sprint, beating Legacy Isle. Did so with a mere 46.5 kilos and won at 16 to 1 that day. 1 over 6.5 furlongs in 118.4 on the 5th of March last season, beating Sheer Delight and Unspun. So a similar effort will see Wall Street Trader being banked in contention throughout. Number 2, Don Crazy steps up in class, has won all of the restricted levels, none of 4 of the last one, where he beat Fred the Master and Diesel Train. So he's up in class to overnight for the first time. Demar Williams maintains a mount for the 6th consecutive occasion for Trainer Barrington Bernard. Don Crazy is expected to do well, but has some seasoned overnight allowance horses to contend with here. And one of those seasoned overnight allowance horses is number 10, Supremacy. This one, 5th by 3.25 lengths in the Island Cricket Memorial Trophy last time out, behind Pack Plays Offer Revolution and Digital One. So he has a less exacting task as well. Radish Rowan picks up the mount for Trainer Anthony Newell and owner of the stables. Supremacy is your 8-5 favorite, and he looks quite sharp as well. He was 5th by just 4.25 lengths in the Bruce and the Loose sprint on the 6th of December. That was a multi-mile day. A big run is expected. He came back and finished second on Boxing Day by 2 lengths to Money Market, and we saw Money Market win last week in a sizzling 5 furlong straight effort there, stopping the clock in 57 and 2/5 of a second. So Supremacy at 8-5 should be back in contention throughout. Miniature Man number 5 ran a brave race coming off the break on the 22nd of November, was 8 by 10.5 lengths, but then bounced back to run a strong third, going 6 furlongs behind Atlantic Convoy and Zulu Warrior. Abigail Abel picks up the mount, chipping off 3 kilos of the allotted 52 kilo weight. Miniature Man, from another positive effort, can definitely make his presence well felt also. It's the Ash Wednesday Trophy or feature race today. Looks quite competitive on paper and should be just the same when the starting gate is open. I'm going 4, 2, 10, and 5. Wall Street Trader to get the better of Don Crazy, Supremacy, and Miniature Man.
Runners arriving at the post, race number 10, the Ash Wednesday Trophy. High five wagering offered, the high five pool getting close to 400,000, so getting a nice high five as per usual in the final event. When the live racing has finished here at Caymanas, we simulcast until about 10 o'clock this evening and close with Charlestown. The CT6 is always a good bet at Charlestown. Massive pools, CT6. And of course, CT6 has a mandatory payout tomorrow on the simulcast in the I Love February promotion. Closing up the front of the gate for the loading process race number 10, the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Get your bets on. High five pool approaching 400,000. High five pool approaching 450,000, so therefore we're getting close to 500,000. In your high five pool, the front of the gates are closed, so the loading up will begin shortly. Get your bets on. High five, nearly 450,000 wagered, heading to 500,000. Get your bets on. So it looks as if the loading up about to start. Is the high five going past the 500,000. Smart trick, the first one in. Horses loading. Loading for the Ash Wednesday trophy. Smart trick is in. Oil machine, the next one. A Fearless Soul, up to 6. Inspire Force in at 8. So loading continues here in the 10th and final. Working on the 7. A Sensational Soul. Sensational Soul is in. California Gold in at 9. Wicked Cassie, gate 11. Miniature Man heads to gate 5. Miniature Man backing away, turning sideways. Smart Trick misbehaving in gate 1. They'll try again with Miniature Man. Miniature Man goes in this time. Allegiance in at 12. Wall Street Trader, gate 4. Don Quessy in at 2. They've taken out Smart Trick from 1. Was a bit antsy in that gate. Supremacy comes to gate number 10, the 8-5 favorite. Supremacy is in. A Bulletproof Coffee, gate 14. Smart Trick is back in at 1. Unruly Mo to complete the line. 6.5 furlong the trip. Ready for a start, ready for the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Starter Michael Sims is ready. Starter holds them a bit. Ready to close the show. Some heads bobbing in the gate. And now they're off and racing. Allegiance misses it along with Inspire Force. As going through to dictate terms, that is Don Quessy. Right against the rail, Smart Trick joins. So Smart Trick and Don Quessy prompts the pace. Just behind them, that's Wall Street Trader. Out wide on Rulimo. Bulletproof Coffee is also coming in the mix. Sensational Soul sandwich in between horses right against the rail. That's Miniature Man. Then comes Oil Machine right behind them. That's California Gold now overtaken by Supremacy. Another 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Sensational Soul Allegiance. Then comes the Wicked Cassie and racing well at the back of the field. That's Inspire Force. They've passed the 3 and Don Quessy is still in front. Wall Street Trader now begins to put in an attack. It's Wall Street Trader trying to get to Don Quessy. Also coming on, that's Bulletproof Coffee there at the top of the lane. Is in the Ash Wednesday Trophy and it is still Don Quessy. Wall Street Trader pestering on the outside. Don Quessy in front. Wall Street Trader, Bulletproof Coffee trying to pick them up. On Oil Machine is also coming on. And now Wall Street Trader joins Don Quessy. Wall Street Trader in front of Don Quessy. Oil Machine is finishing well, also finishing fast. That's Sensational Soul, but it is Wall Street Trader waltzing away with the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Wall Street Trader beats Oil Machine, got tight for third. Either Sensational Soul, Bulletproof Coffee, or Don Quessy. At the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 10, the Ash Wednesday Trophy, number 4 Wall Street Trader. 7-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Vancouver. Selva by Forest Wildcat. Bred Alexander Groves Thoroughbreds. Own Vincent Main. Trained Ron Matthew, the winning rider. Christopher Mamdine, the groom. Johnny Oxford, second. Number 3, Oil Machine. A third, number 2, Don Quessy, fourth. Number 7, Sensational Soul. And a fifth, number 14, Bulletproof Coffee. Final time for 6.5 furlongs, 120 flat. Heads bobbing in the gate. And now they're off and racing. Allegiance misses it along with Inspire Force. As going through to dictate terms, that is Don Quessy, right against the rail. Smart Trick joins. So Smart Trick and Don Quessy prompts the pace. Just behind them, that's Wall Street Trader. Out wide, Unruly Mo. Bulletproof Coffee is also coming in the mix. Sensational Soul sandwich in between horses, right against the rail. That's Miniature Man. Then comes Oil Machine. Right behind them, that's California Gold now overtaken by Supremacy. Another 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Sensational Soul Allegiance. Then comes the Wicked Cassie and racing well at the back of the field. That's Inspire Force. They've passed the 3 and Don Quessy is still in front. Wall Street Trader now begins to put in an attack. It's Wall Street Trader trying to get to Don Quessy. Also coming on, that's Bulletproof Coffee there at the top of the lane. Is in the Ash Wednesday Trophy and it is still Don Quessy. Wall Street Trader pestering on the outside. Don Quessy in front. Wall Street Trader, Bulletproof Coffee trying to pick them up. On Oil Machine is also coming on. And now Wall Street Trader joins Don Quessy. Wall Street Trader in front of Don Quessy. Oil Machine is finishing well, also finishing fast. That's Sensational Soul, but it is Wall Street Trader waltzing away with the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Wall Street Trader beats Oil Machine, got tight for third. Either Sensational Soul, Bulletproof Coffee, or Don Quessy.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winner's enclosure for the presentation of the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Making the presentation, Brand Optimization Manager, Miss Ariel Beckles. She makes it to Ricardo Mathy, representing Vincent Main, owner of Wall Street Trader, winner of the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Result of the 10th, now official. Splits 23-1, 47-1, 13-1. They raced 6.5 furlongs in 120 flat. The margins 3 3/4 by 3/4. That's it for today. We'll be back with you on Saturday with more racing. Stand by for your recap from Michael Kane.
A great day of forward race has come to a closure. It's Ash Wednesday, and of course, most of our public holidays we celebrate them with Thoroughbred racing. So this could be the only Wednesday on the calendar for 2026, and we had a great time here at Caymanas Park today. Our leading lights in the Jockeys Colony, Tevin Foster had a double, and trainer Peter Nabassad, he saddled 3 winners, so they started the show with multiple victories today. We had 2 trophy races, races 5 and 10. Race number 5, the 5-horse stakes, a field of 14. Went to distance here 5.5 furlongs. That was for the $350, $250,000 claim level. And the feature, the main feature, the Ash Wednesday Trophy, race number 10, over the 10 horses, fills it up the purse 1.25 million. In the 5-horse stakes, we had some fancied runners. Noble Monarch was sent off the favorite there. There was a flutter for several of the horses. John P. came in for good support. So did the likes of Great Trick. as well as Miss Linton being ridden by Anthony Thomas. And there's also some support for General Chief Money Must, so the betting was spread right across the board among the most of the runners in the lineup. In the Ashwin Trophy, we had a favorite, Don Quasi, stepping up in class for the first time after winning at nuns of 4, and he was taken on overnight for the first time and facing some seasoned overnight allowance horses such as Wall Street Trader, my top selection, Christopher Mamdine riding for Ron Matthew, and Vincent Main. And they, of course, teamed up to win the Island Cligot Memorial recently. And so the form was expected to continue here with Wall Street Trader. Good support also came in for Sensational Soul, Dane Dawkins riding there for Gersi Brati. And we also had Supremacy, who was actually sent up the favorite, Radish Roman, riding there for Trader Anthony Nunes. So the favorite was Supremacy from second favorite, Don Quasi, and third choice at 5-2. A good-looking Wall Street Trader. Let's have a look at the replay of the closing stages of the Firehorse Stakes as well as the Ash Wednesday Trophy.
As they turn for home at the top of the lane, a quarter of a mile to run. General Chief over on the rail. Noble Monarch in the center. They go at it toward the outside. John P. now asked to lengthen strides, but it is General Chief over on the far side, and in the center, Noble Monarch drifting off a true line. Manushi trying to close up, but General Chief is in command. Inside the final 16, General Chief barking out the orders, and General Chief and Tajay Suku run away with the fifth event. They win by a gap. Money Must is second. Great Trick is third. Close between Noble Monarch and Last Dance.
There at the top of the lane is in the Ash Wednesday Trophy, and it is still Don Quessy, Wall Street Trader, pestering on the outside. Don Quessy in front, Wall Street Trader, Bulletproof Coffee trying to pick them up. An Oil Machine is also coming on, and now Wall Street Trader joins Don Quessy. Wall Street Trader in front of Don Quessy. Oil Machine is finishing well, also finishing fast. That Sensational Soul, but it is Wall Street Trader waltzing away with the Ash Wednesday Trophy. Wall Street Trader beats Oil Machine, got tight for third. Either Sensational Soul, Bulletproof Coffee, or Don Quessy.
So the Firehorse Stakes, one in fine style by 9-1 chance. General Chief, Tajay Suku riding there for Turner Spencer Chung and Onodox Stables. Upset win there in the Firehorse Stakes. And in the Ash Wednesday Trophy, 5-2 for the winner there. That was Wall Street Trader. Christopher Mamdine riding for Trader Ron Matthew and owner Vincent Main. Convincing victory in the Ash Wednesday Trophy. And the Reggae 6 players on mandatory payout day, big up to the Reggae 6 players there, and they received $837,479 for effort, and indeed that was a big day for Reggae 6 players on mandatory payout day. 42.7 million in the net pool, the biggest net pool ever for the Reggae 6, and indeed for any of our exotic wagers offered today. And that proves that the Reggae 6 really, it's all about mandatory mania when it comes on to the Reggae 6. Much more tension than any other exotic wager, and we hit a record 42.7 million in that net pool today. We'll do it all over again on Saturday, just a few days' time, and we'll be having some good races on tap, and you can look for your final programs tomorrow evening, and of course your race book will be ready on Friday morning. I'm your analyst, Michael Kane, on behalf of the production team, and also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a productive Ash Wednesday evening, and see you for some more live racing on Saturday.